think you guys should be able to hear me now. Let me just see that everything's working. All right. We do have two tornadic storms here just near Thief River Falls right now. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty quiet at the moment. We do have some storms here in western Wisconsin. These have been kind of going on for a while, and they won't be. It doesn't look like they're going to be too active at the moment here. Actually, some of them look to be fizzling out. I can actually take it back a little bit here. If we rewind it, you can actually see that they've kind of been just, I don't know, fizzling out a little bit over in western Wisconsin. There is a potential of some later storms firing up in that same region here, but what we're looking at here is currently two storms here, one northwest or northeast of Thief River Falls. Tornado possible label, ping pong sized hail. Let me blow up the radar real quick. So we have ping pong sized hail, tornado possible label, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then we also have another one here, quarter sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour, and then also another tornado possible label on this storm currently right here. So we're just monitoring that, seeing if anything really happens there. We did have a line of storms impact parts of central Wisconsin here, or it is impacting central Wisconsin. This one actually has a pretty big it does have, it's just going through Marshfield right now, or it's like just east of Marshfield right now. So if you live in any of these regions here, basically central Wisconsin, it's getting impacted quite a bit here. And then also down here, just north of Madison, we have a pretty big line of storms here, actually heading towards Milwaukee and then Chicago as well here. Now, if we load up this one right here, now the severity of most of these storms has or the severity of today has been kind of decreasing a little bit. That is not really, if you don't want severe weather, this is actually what you kind of want to see, some continuous showers over there in western or southwestern Wisconsin there. But yeah, just moving on to this one or two storms right here. I'll probably just keep you guys updated on these ones, as I believe this one on the north side actually might be allowed to expire. So it might just be this one that we're looking into currently at the moment here. I mean, there's a little bit of rotation. I think if we go back to reflectivity, we do have this one right here. We have like an inflow notch right there. But other than that, hopefully you guys can hear me. Let me just make sure. But do 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 do. There. Okay, sounds good. So we do have a little bit of an inflow notch right there. So, that's really the only thing right there. That we're kind of just looking into right now. I think currently, yeah, it's 240. At the moment. And just just monitoring kind of what could happen. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. This one does have a tornado possible label. Um, label once again. So this one actually, this right here was kind of part of the cluster of storms that have been developing for a little bit here. Let me just update the title here. So we do have three severe thunderstorm watches basically in our area. That one will most likely be allowed to expire. So we'll just go down to two here, but let's do that. So let's see. This one is actually quite messy here. We'll go to reflectivity here. Yeah, yeah, you can see. Look at that red piece right there. So that indicates that we do have winds kind of impacting each other, or they're contradicting. So we have winds going one way and then winds going the other. Um, so we'll just keep an eye on those storms right there. There we go. Perfect. Okay. But Western Wisconsin, overall, the environment I feel like is a little better. But you cannot rule out northern Minnesota here. So we'll just keep an eye on both of those storms as we go into kind of the evening hours here. or the afternoon and evening hours, as we're expected to see potentially some more and more storms. Actually, we do have, let me go back to here. Yeah, I mean, these clusters of storms right here, I would expect they're not, I mean, they could maybe strengthen. I mean, these ones over here, kind of near Baldwin, have been kind of dissipating over the last couple of minutes and stuff. I've been monitoring this for quite a while here. But it looks like things are starting to ramp up a little bit. Now, this severe thunderstorm warning just north of Siren here, tornado possible label on that, quarter-sized hail, and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm. So if you see me looking to off screen, that's just me trying to get some more data here, as looks like we just have, yeah, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, or technically 3. But I think this one that is pretty much the closest to the Canadian border, that one will maybe be allowed to expire. It actually looks like they downgrade that one. Let's see reflectivity real quick. See how we're doing. Yeah, I mean, there's not much going on at the moment. This one down here, I feel like there are some areas of tiny rotation, not definitive right now. It's not like they're able to issue a tornado warning at the moment due to the fact that we don't have that much circulation or that much rotation in these storms. But we do have some more storms actually firing off near parts of Detroit Lakes, Park Rapids, and then near Bemidji, or just west of Bemidji. So we'll keep an eye on those as we go. As we do have a 2% risk here in northern Minnesota, and I believe we have a 5% hatch risk for for tornadic activity here in western Wisconsin. And of course, we do have a line of storms here. I think really if we look over in southwestern Minnesota, in terms of potential severe weather later this afternoon, I think it's not looking too good for them down there, as it's just going to be continuous rain for a while. But we'll keep updated on here. As I mean, overall, this storm right here near Castle Rock in Northfield, if we just zoom in on it, I think this one actually just fired up potentially. And then this one over here near Aurora Falls, it's been going on for a little bit. But this severe thunderstorm warning right here, this one actually started, I think, an hour or two ago. I mean, probably an hour ago. So, quite interesting there. But let's just see. Upgrade the counter. Ooh. There we go. So, we'll just keep an eye on that. Perfect. But we do have some clusters of, just some downpours here just along the I-95 or I-94 corridor here in western Wisconsin. This one, we do have a storm just south or just between Castle Rock and Northfield, Minnesota. Just outside the severe thunderstorm watch. Doesn't mean that we're not going to see any severe weather here in this kind of black shade region here. This yellow shade region, that's actually our severe thunderstorm watch. So we'll keep an eye on especially storms inside of that watch, but currently at the moment it's pretty quiet here with just some tornado possible labels on 3 separate storms. So there we go. Keep an eye on that. I mean, there's some like inflow notches, but we don't have a tornado warning at the moment here. I mean, yeah, so these green parts right here, the green that you see, kind of that grayish, it's not very definitive, but those are basically just contradicting wind. So one wind is going that way and then one wind is going the other way. That just results in a little bit of rotation, but currently it's not as definitive here. And I think we're going to get a new rotation, just heard it. Yeah, so let's keep an eye on that. But just to update you guys on potential impacts here, basically in western Wisconsin, I think has the best chance of potentially seeing some tornadic activity this afternoon. Doesn't mean that northern Minnesota is out of the woods in terms of tornadic activity, but I think overall western Wisconsin has the best chance of seeing some lime-sized hail this afternoon, and also wind gusts or wind speeds up to 70 miles per hour, which is pretty severe, but we'll still keep an eye on that as we go into the later hours here. But there we go. Yeah, just a couple of tornado possible labels here, especially in northern Minnesota here, where I think this one is pretty much the only one um, that looks the greatest, I guess, or the only one that I think really has a clear picture in terms of potentially getting a tornado warning. But even then, this isn't a 2% tornado risk. So there's still potential there, but um, we'll keep an eye on that one. And then also this one near Siren. I mean, the rotation is very slight here. It's not very strong, but it's there where you can see that red in green. So we'll just keep an eye on that. Some quarter-sized hail and then 60-mile-per-hour wind. Wind speeds possible with that. It might, it is actually starting to rain at my house right now. So yeah, just some heavy downpours here. Possible. I think this one, let's look at Echo Tops real quick. See, yeah, you can see, let's go rewind it back a little bit. So this is basically the top of the clouds. So this green right here, I believe, if we go, there we go, perfect. Let me get rid of that real quick. So we have 35. Usually you want cloud tops to be around 40, at least 40,000, to around 50,000 here. You see these ones over here are kind of in that range. The radar site there's not really good radar site over here in central Wisconsin. But over here in just southeast or southwest of Danbury, we do have like 45,000. So that one's severe. And if we go over here in northwestern Minnesota, we do have, let's see here. I mean, it's like 30,000. So it's not, these storms early on haven't really been that. I think this one, I think has the best potential because it's just, I mean, it's a linear storm over here in northern Minnesota. But other than that, it's pretty just quiet. But you can probably hear the rain in the background. But it actually sounds like it's downpouring, but there's still light coming in. So let me just get something real quick. We'll keep an eye on this storm just north of Siren here. And then I'll pull up kind of something cool here. Let me just get it real quick. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Let me just do this real quick. I think it's this one. What? Display capture. There you go. Oh, there you go. Okay. So this is kind of what we're seeing at the moment in terms of satellite imagery here. And you can actually see two different places of potential here. You got those storms off in northwestern Minnesota. Not many. I mean, you can see a little bit of Anvil, that kind of smooth, very smooth whiteness right there. That's kind of the top of the clouds there. And then over here, over just most of Wisconsin here, that's pretty much all thunderstorms. And then over here in western Wisconsin, it is starting to clear up. We do have occasionally some of these storms popping up here, so we'll keep an eye on those. But other than that, I mean, that's the storm near Siren, so you can see a little bit of kind of poof, like some circ. Usually you want it to kind of look like circles here. I don't know what's a good example here, but probably like right here. You just see it kind of expand quite rapidly. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But other than that, it's pretty much just making sure now keep you guys updated on potential tornadic activity. But let's see here. Still this storm just west of Thief River Falls. I mean, yeah, it's just a line of storms at the moment. Yeah, maybe a little bit of circulation there, but not much. There. Yeah, the potential of today has kind of decreased due to those morning storms, but I mean it's still we're still not completely out of the woods, especially with these tornado possible labels. But other than that, I mean we do have some storm. I mean these are just downpours along I-94, and then this one, the one that we're talking about, Castle Rock and Northfield, looks like that one's been kind of weakening. As it just looks like these are just pop-up showers here. If we rewind it back, this is kind of an overview of what's been happening just east of the Twin Cities. Let me actually get some more frames in there. Come on. Should be doing it now. Ooh. There we go. Okay. Oh, there we go. Now it's loading. So this is kind of what's been going on. You can see that it's just been really not much like severe thunderstorm activity here just east of the Twin Cities. Of course, we've had these occasional like storms popping up and then of course dissipating here. And then we do have that storm just south of Barron as well. Looks like maybe just a little bit of downpour with that. But really the closest severe thunderstorm warning that we have to the Twin Cities is just near Siren and Webster, between Duluth and the Twin Cities. So, I mean, that's pretty much the only one or the only storm that we have potentially there. And it looks like one of those, the severe thunderstorm warning, just northeast of Thief River Falls has been allowed to expire here. Let me just, but oh, oh my gosh, there we go. Perfect. So let's keep an eye on that, I guess. But pretty uneventful start. I mean, we did have a couple of severe thunder. I think we actually had some ping pong sized hail in Red Wing here just not too long ago, I think like 2 hours ago. But other than that, that kind of conjoined with what we saw. Let me put MRMS so we can kind of get a wider view here. So basically we have this line of storms over here in central Wisconsin, and we also have one kind of heading towards Milwaukee and Chicago. Looks like just 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some 70s possible there, or 70-mile-per-hour winds heading for Milwaukee, and potentially even Chicago too, and then some tornado possible labels. So, but other than that, I mean, we just have this line of storms with some more storms initiating over just south or just north of Detroit Lakes, just southwest of Bemidji right here. So, I mean, if this continues on for a little bit, I might just, what I might do is just let the stream keep on going here, and then we'll keep an eye on these potential storms here. Just some tornado possible labels at the moment. So, oh, what happened there? There we go. Perfect. Just a little bit of a glitch. So it looks like that one near in northwestern Minnesota, that one will expire in 35 minutes. And then the one near Siren, the one that we're focused on right now, that one will expire in 50 minutes. So we still have that. Look at StormNet real quick, kind of see in terms of what we could potentially see in the future. Oh my goodness. There we go. There we go. Okay, let me just load this for you guys just to keep an update. Wait. Do this real quick. There we go. Okay, that makes it a little more smooth. Hopefully the stream is a little better there in terms of that. Display. Okay. Oh, there we go. So that's basically, so this is StormNet. I've been starting to use it lately, And you see here, this basically uses AI, and right now we have the tornadic risk here, and we'll focus more on northern Minnesota, as currently it looks like over here around, I would say 3 to 5 or 3:30 to 5 o'clock here, we do have an increased potential of some tornadic activity near places like Bemidji and Grand Rapids here. And then if we go down here in western Wisconsin, the tornadic threat isn't really there, but as we go into kind of the later hours, we could see it increase just slightly here. If we move on to a wind risk here and then rewind it back, you're going to see here that we do have, of course, that cluster of storms that we're currently focused on. This right here, that's basically what we're seeing right now. And then as we go into kind of, around the same time period of that potential tornado activity, we do have that increase in some damaging winds going pretty much from Bemidji to Grand Rapids and then potentially even Duluth. We'll have to see later tonight. And then if we move on to western Wisconsin here, that starts to increase probably around that 5 to 7 p.m. time period. And then southeastern or southwestern Minnesota around, I would say, 7 to 8 p.m. tomorrow. So we'll, or yeah, 7 to 8 p.m. Later tonight. And then the hail risk here, we'll just rewind it here once again. You see here, I mean, the hail risk isn't that large, maybe in parts of western Wisconsin and then also parts of southeastern Minnesota later tonight. Really later tonight looks to be kind of that time where we could see an uptick in some severe weather as that cold front goes through our region. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty quiet at the moment. So let's get an update on the velocities here. And I mean, wait, let's do this. Perfect. So yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of rotation. There's still a little blob of contracting winds there, but other than that, pretty much the same story here. Not much changing in that regard. And then as we go into northwestern Minnesota, that tornado possible label has been lifted there, but there we go. There we go. Okay. So luckily the tornadic activity for today has actually decreased quite a bit. So we'll still keep an eye on these, but currently at the moment it looks like not much is going on except for, I mean, this cluster of storms here in western or eastern Wisconsin here. Is look at that. We just have kind of a line of storms going into Milwaukee and then some more storms near Marshfield and Stevens Point. Of course, these could be tornadic. I mean, they're a little tornadic, not at the moment though. They have that tornadic potential, but they don't have enough information to run a tornado warning at the moment. So, and of course, we do have a couple of storms over places like Baldwin and then Ellsworth, pretty much along a line here, kind of there. Maybe a second forming of an MCS or a mesoscale convective system there. So we'll keep an eye on that. This one near Siren, I mean, this one is really the only tornadic potential or possible storm that we have. At the moment, the one in northwestern Minnesota has pretty much just been lifted there, but we'll try to see if I can pull something up for you guys. Spectac. Yeah, thank you. This is very entertaining. So, I'll probably just, leave the stream on as we go into the kind of the afternoon hours until we really get some activity. But currently, right now, the severity has decreased, or the potential severity of later storms has decreased due to those morning storms, and then also some earlier storms that took place a lot earlier than expected. The one near Red Wing that's now basically in Marshfield and Stevens Point. This one right over here, has basically, because of how early it initiated, kind of decreased the overall severity of later storms today, which, thankful for that. So, but we still do have that tornado possible label just north of Siren. But an interesting thing that we just covered was pretty much the tornadic potential of the next couple of hours. Actually looks like the greatest tornadic potential is in northern Minnesota. So, but you cannot rule out some activity here in western Wisconsin. So just realized my light wasn't on completely, but let's see if I can pull up an HRRR model, or the latest one here. We'll go in this mode here. Local. Okay. So hopefully that shows here. I think I'll show you guys this real quick, and then we'll probably leave the screen on. But this is potential activity. Let me just move myself real quick. There we go. Okay, move myself over to the left side. But basically, what we're looking at is the future radar here. There we go. Perfect. This is basically future radar. Oh, there. And then as we go into the future here, we could see some storms later on initiate, potentially around 6 or 7 p.m. I did not mean to say that, but these storms in northern Minnesota, I think they'll continue on here, and then potentially form more of a straight line wind threat. The tornadic threat may still be there as well, but we could see some more storms initiate here in parts of western Wisconsin as well. And then if we go here to the geo view here, this is basically what we're seeing at the moment. You got those storms forming in northwestern Minnesota, and then also some forming just north of Siren here. But other than that, pretty much just quiet at the moment. Just some severe thunderstorm warnings, some quarter-sized hail, just believe east of Bemidji, and then also north of Danbury. So, or just around the Danbury Siren area, where we do have that tornado possible label. Or let me just check. Yeah, so other than that, just some downpours here, pretty much along the line from Barron all the way to just south of Hastings. And then, oh my goodness. And then, of course, we do have some storms going through, or potentially towards Milwaukee here. I think there are some, tornado possible labels, and then also some 70 mile per hour winds possible with those storms down there. But other than that, I was going to pull up. We'll keep an eye on this one right here for now, and then show you guys basically mesoscale discussion. Go there, perfect. Then we'll go kind of later in the afternoon, evening hours. So if we go to, let's say, 4 p.m. here, or 4 hours from now, which is, I believe, what time is it currently? Around like 6 or 7 p.m. We do have kind of 3,000 joules a cape here over in western Wisconsin. And over in northern Minnesota, we do have most likely around like 1,000 joules of instability, which is, it's there, but it's not as severe as what we have down here in western Wisconsin. In terms of storms in the Twin Cities, the chance is there. However, it looks like that chance has kind of decreased over the last couple of hours with the earlier storms this afternoon kind of dissipating that chance of potential severity here. And then this one I kind of like, where we'll look at, try to look. 4 hours from now, you can see here that we do have, so that red line, you kind of want the red lines to intercept or go over the blue lines here. So basically red is the 3 cape, and then the blue is that spinning motion at the surface. So once they're kind of over each other, that means that the potential for some tornadic activity is there. So we'll monitor that as we go into the next couple hours. And you can see there in basically, I would say southwestern or southeastern Minnesota, and then also parts just over on the Mississippi River here, just north of the Mississippi River in western Wisconsin. We also have 225 joules of 3 cape, which is quite crazy. So we'll go back to radar here, kind of see what's happened. Yeah, still a tornado possible label on that storm. So I think I'm just going to, from now on, I think I'm just going to pop in and keep you guys updated on stuff. But for right now, we'll just see if anything really happens over the next couple of hours. I think really the next 4 hours will be maybe a little quieter. But once we get into late afternoon and early evening hours, I think that's when we could see an uptick in potential activity here. So we'll just, I think what I'm going to do is just leave you guys to it. I think we'll keep an update on this potential tornadic storm near Siren here. But other than that, not much going on at the moment. So I'll see you guys hopefully soon, or not hopefully soon, depending on if you guys want severe weather or not. So yeah, so I'll see you guys later.
Weather is expected at this time. Spotter information statement. Skywarn spotter. Now the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Tonight, partly cloudy, then becoming clear overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. A 50% chance of thunderstorms early in the evening. Lows around 15 miles an hour. Thursday, mostly cloudy. Chance of rain showers in the morning. Chance of rain showers and slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s. Southwest winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation 50%. Thursday night, clear. Chance of rain showers in the evening. Lows in the mid-50s. West winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of showers. Friday, sunny. Winds 10 to 20. Mostly clear in the evening. With chance of showers overnight. Winds 12 to 10 miles an hour. 25 miles an hour in the evening. Chance of showers 50%. Saturday, mostly sunny. Mostly clear. Highs in the lower 70s. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-50s. Highs in the mid-70s. Mostly sunny. Chance of rain showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s. Chance of showers 30%. Tuesday night and Wednesday, partly cloudy. Lows in the upper 50s. Highs in the upper 70s. Again, the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area for tonight. Partly cloudy, then becoming clear overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. A 50% chance of thunderstorms in the evening. West winds 5 to 15. In the Twin Cities, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 90 degrees, the dew point was 65, and the relative humidity was 43%. The heat index was 92. The wind was southwest at 21 miles an hour, gusting to 31. The pressure was 29.47 inches and falling. Around the metro, skies ranged from sunny to mostly sunny. It was 88 at St. Paul, 90 at South St. Paul, 88 at reported 87, Blaine reported 90, and Selma reported 88. Across the rest of Marshall, it was sunny. Mankato. Under mostly sunny skies, Brainerd reported 86, International Falls reported 85, and Alexandria reported 82. It was partly sunny, with a temperature of 80 at Bemidji and 82 at Hibbing. At Duluth, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 59. Around Wisconsin, a thunderstorm was reported with a temperature of 71 at Madison and 71 at Milwaukee. At Green Bay, rain was falling with a temperature of 71. It was mostly 69. At Lacrosse, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 80. It was cloudy with a temperature of 73 at Eau Claire and 71 at Rice Lake. Across the eastern Dakotas, at Watertown, it was sunny with a temperature of 70. Mostly sunny with a temperature of 70. Fargo, Mason City, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 70. Des Moines, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 53. Once again at 4 p.m. in the Twin Cities, it was 90 degrees and the heat index was 92 under mostly sunny skies. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul. On a frequency of 162.550 megahertz. Serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota. And transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 4:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm watch number 301 remains in effect until 7 p.m. for the following county, Goodhue, Minnesota, and the following counties, in Wisconsin, Pierce, Polk, and St. Croix. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for weather stations and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio. Or internet forecast. Hazardous weather outlook for portions of central Minnesota, east central Minnesota, south central Minnesota, southeast Minnesota, northwest central Wisconsin. For tonight, severe thunderstorms are possible primarily along and east of the Interstate 35 corridor. Severe thunderstorms will have the potential to produce large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. And now the extended outlook for the period Thursday through Tuesday. No hazardous weather is expected at this time. Spotter information statement. Skywon spotter activation will likely be needed. Now the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Tonight, partly cloudy, then becoming clear overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. A 50% chance of thunderstorms early in the evening. Lows around 60. West wind 5 to 15 miles an hour. Thursday, mostly cloudy. Chance of rain showers in the morning, then chance of rain showers and slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the mid-70s. Southwest winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation 50%. Thursday night, clear. Chance of rain showers. Lows in the mid-50s. West winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of showers 40%. Friday, sunny. And mostly cloudy overnight. In the evening, chance of showers 50%. Saturday, mostly sunny. temperature of 82. It was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 86 at Rochester, 89 at Mankato, and 88 at St. Cloud. Under mostly sunny skies, Brainerd reported 86, International Falls reported 85, and Alexandria reported 82. It was partly sunny, with a temperature of 80 at Bemidji and 82 at Hibbing. At Duluth, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 59. Around Wisconsin, a thunderstorm was reported, with a temperature of 71 at Madison and 71 at Milwaukee. At Green Bay, rain was falling, with a temperature of 71. At Osceola, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 89. At La Crosse, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 80. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 73 at Eau Claire and 71 at Rice Lake. Across the eastern Dakotas, at Watertown, it was sunny, with a temperature of 78. At Sioux Falls, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 82. At Fargo, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 80. In Iowa, at Sioux City, it was sunny, with a temperature of 91. At Mason City, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 86. At Des Moines, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 83. Once again at 4 p.m., in the Twin Cities, it was 90 degrees and the heat index was 92 under mostly sunny skies. This is weather radio station KEC 65 Minneapolis, St. Paul, on a frequency of 162.550 megahertz, serving listeners throughout much of east central Minnesota and west central Wisconsin. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, and transmit from the KSTP Eyewitness News Television Tower in St. Paul. The current time is 4:23 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorm watch number 301 remains in effect until 7 p.m. for the following county: Goodhue, Minnesota, and the following counties in Wisconsin: Pierce, Polk, and St. Croix. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen to later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to more weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of central Minnesota, east central Minnesota, south central Minnesota, southeast Minnesota, northwest Wisconsin, and west central Wisconsin. For tonight, severe thunderstorms are possible primarily along and east of the Interstate 35 corridor. Severe thunderstorms will have the potential to produce large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. And now the extended outlook for the period Thursday through Tuesday. No hazardous weather is expected at this time. Spotter information statement. Activation will likely be needed. Now the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Tonight, partly cloudy, then becoming clear overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. A 50% chance of thunderstorms early in the evening. Lows around 60. West winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Thursday, mostly cloudy. Chance of rain showers in the morning, then chance of rain showers and slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s. Southwest winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of precipitation 50%. Thursday night, clear. Chance of rain showers in the evening. Lows in the mid-50s. West winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of showers 40%. Friday, sunny. Highs in the upper 70s. West winds 10 to 20 miles an hour. Mostly clear in the evening, then mostly cloudy with chance of showers overnight. Lows around 60. West winds up to 10 miles an hour. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour in the evening. Chance of showers 50%. Saturday, mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. Saturday night and Sunday, mostly clear. Lows in the mid-50s. Highs in the lower 70s. Sunday night through Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the mid-50s. Highs in the mid-70s. Tuesday, mostly sunny. Chance of rain showers in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s. Chance of showers 30%. Tuesday night and Wednesday, partly cloudy. Lows in the upper 50s. Highs in the upper 70s. Again, the forecast for the Twin Cities metropolitan area for tonight. Partly cloudy, then becoming clear overnight, then becoming partly cloudy. A 50% chance of thunderstorms early in the evening. Lows around 60. West winds 5 to 15 miles an hour. At 4 p.m., in the Twin Cities, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 90 degrees, the dew point was 65, and the relative humidity was 43%. The heat index was 92. The wind was southwest at 21 miles an hour, gusting to 31. The pressure was 29.47 inches and falling. Around the metro, skies ranged from sunny to mostly sunny. It was 88 at St. Paul, 90 at South St. Paul, 88 at Lakeville, and 89 at Eden Prairie. Crystal reported 87, Blaine reported 90, and Lake Elmo reported 88. Across the rest of Minnesota, at Marshall, it was sunny with a temperature of 82. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 86 at Rochester, 89 at Mankato, and 88 at St. Cloud. Under mostly sunny skies, Brainerd reported 86, International Falls reported 85, and Alexandria reported 82. It was partly sunny, with a temperature of 80 at Bemidji and 82 at Hibbing. At Duluth, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 59. Around Wisconsin, a thunderstorm was reported, with a temperature of 71 at Madison and 71 at Milwaukee. At Green Bay, rain was falling with a temperature of 71. At Osceola, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 89. At La Crosse, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 80. It was cloudy with a temperature of 73 at Eau Claire and 71 at Rice Lake. Across the eastern Dakotas, at Watertown, it was sunny with a temperature of 78. At Sioux Falls, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 82. At Fargo, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 80.
Okay. So I think you guys can hear me now. Let me just get the green screen up and running. Okay. So a little bit of an update. Let me get rid of this temp text real quick. So we do have 4 tornado warnings now, or 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll start out with this one just north of Menominee here. We do have a tornado possible label on this one. Quarter-sized hail with this storm, and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds here. And then our next one, the one that was also issued pretty much alongside it, we do have tornado possible label on this, quarter-sized hail, and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds here. I'm actually going to go back to our radar or single site radar here. It's kind of going to be weird because we're kind of in between 2 radar sites, but as you can see here, I believe this is the closest we have. Yeah, okay. So we have 1 near Park Rapids, 1 near Wadena, and then also 1 near Sabika as well. So 3 different storms here with this severe thunderstorm watch. Now we have 2 separate ones here, and then we also have a severe thunderstorm watch for most of western Wisconsin and also southeastern Minnesota, or yeah, southeastern Minnesota here. If we go back to here, we do have a storm near Glenwood, which is heading kind of between Alexandria and Sauk Center here. This one has ping-pong sized hail associated with it at the moment here, so we'll keep an eye on that one. But Let me just take a break real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. So yeah, we do have one storm near Glenwood, Minnesota here, just between. It's heading kind of towards Sauk Center, but we do have some ping pong sized hail associated with it. I'm not entirely sure. It hasn't been, yeah, radar, still radar indicated, and that is currently actually out of our severe thunderstorm watch. So that just shows you that even though um, a storm may be out of severe thunderstorm watch, doesn't mean that it's gonna be like it won't be severe. So, we're currently monitoring this one near Bemidji. It's currently just quarter-sized hail. But this one's actually quite interesting. Let's look at velocities here. It's kind of interesting that they showed it for all three storms. And you can see here, at least, let me zoom out a little bit. Perfect. We do have one rotation just south east or southwest of Wadena. And then also this one near Sabika. And then one, I would say, I mean, there's kind of broad rotation there near Park Rapids, but that one near Wadena might actually become, that one might be a little interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And then if we move on to the one just north of Menominee here, you can see here that we have a little bit of a broad rotation here. Probably, I would say maybe right there, but let's look at back at the storm here. Probably see, let me just do this real quick, unsmooth it. It's kind of weird because I think we do have another storm forming just southwest of it. Over there, that might also be part of the storm. But if we look at Echotops here, we do have, I believe, around 47,000 feet. So one of our bigger storms today here. It looks like we do have another one just right near, I think that's Eau Gallie, so kind of near Downsville, Red Cedar, heading towards Eau Claire. So we do have two separate storms here, and I think really, and then one near Lake City as well. We also have one going through Rochester at the moment, and then also one just south of Rochester as well. So these ones we'll keep an eye on over the next couple of hours, but we do have that one storm near Wadena, which is quite interesting at the moment here. Let me make sure everything is working at the moment. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're good currently at the moment, but if you guys have any questions about these, I would be happy to answer them. Let's look at that one near Wadena real quick. I think this was, yeah. You see, that's kind of what we're looking at currently. That one's probably our best like looking couplet out of these all four of these storms. So, and that one's kind of concerned because it is heading kind of towards Wadena there, kind of. Let me do this real quick. White. There we go. Perfect. So it's kind of heading towards that direction almost, towards the northeast. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then we also have this one. We also have this one near Glenwood. Currently there are some areas of rotation. I think this one actually might get a tornado possible label as well, if not a tornado warning potentially. If we look at high res velocities, I'm gonna go higher in the atmosphere here. Looks like, yeah, I mean, golf ball sized hail, considerable threat. Um, so that is definitely, if you live in Glenwood here, that one just got upgraded. Not yet. Oh gosh. Yep. So that blue, usually you don't see that blue very often. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that for you guys. I don't think anything has really changed. We do have that storm near St. Michael. This one is starting to potentially strengthen. Let's see the last couple of mile runs here. Yeah, it's starting to fire up right now. And you can actually see kind of an eagle's tail where you have kind of this form right here. Kind of like that. It does look like a very suspicious shape, but that's basically on that. And then this one near Wadena, I think might also get Yeah, these are some pretty good hail cores, or pretty um very visible hail cores here. That purple right there is, you don't want to be in the middle of that. It looks like Wadena is going to be impacted by this pretty soon here. But this storm near Glenwood is actually pretty surprising because it's not in the severe, it's not in the severe thunderstorm watch. And it actually did have some blue on it, which is, I think, the first time today I've seen that out of any of these storms. And then, of course, we have that tornado possible label here just north of Menominee. It's gonna just about skip over Eau Claire. So we'll just keep an eye on that. But other than that, we do have I believe we have a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Oh, one near Rochester. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Rochester, just some quarter-sized hail, and then also 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts over there. Let me just keep up with everything. These are a lot of um, severe thunderstorm warnings being issued here. We're up to 6, which I believe is the most we've ever had on a stream here. So everything is pretty much kicking off here. That over there, that's kind of out of our coverage region, but we do have a tornado warning over there. Here we do have quarter-sized hail. So pretty much, I think most of these storms have quarter-sized hail, except the one near Glenwood, where we do have golf ball-sized hail possible. Near Glenwood, kind of heading towards, I would say, the Sauk Center direction here. I would like the I-94 corridor. So that's going to be pretty interesting. But we do have now we have how many severe thunderstorm warnings we have? We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 severe thunderstorm warnings if I can count. This one's kind of weird. It's right between the we do a half-dollar sized hail heading towards Durand, and this is going to be, I would say, heading towards kind of the Mondovi, definitely Durand area, and then potentially later on Eau Claire, but they are already worrying about one store strengthening here. So I think that's right. Let's zoom out real quick. This is kind of what we're seeing in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings. Just about caught on at the perfect time here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. And I think it's due to this kind of, because this part right here, this top part, is part of the Twin Cities. And let me just adjust the camera. There we go. The top part of that is a part of the Twin Cities, and then the bottom part is a part of the La Crosse forecasting office. So really, yeah, even if you're not in that severe thunderstorm warning, definitely still be alert here, as we have multiple severe storms here. Just do something real quick. I think this is going to be a long night starting now. It's already 4:40 right now. We were off the air, or technically off the air. I wasn't here we're watching these, but this is kind of what we're looking at the moment. The Twin Cities, this storm right here, if anything, has the best chance. I think this is really one of the best chances of some potential severe weather. Currently, it's unwarned right now, but you can start to see some purple in there, kind of a hail core starting to form there. Let me just do this real quick. There you go. Okay. So yeah, 8 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. So these ones right here are pretty much quarter-sized hail. Let me go back. We'll go to this one here. This big one right here, this has a tornado possible label on it. We do have a pretty big hail core right there. We're starting to see some blue from there, which you often don't see. So so if you live in Wadena, you are absolutely getting hail cored right now at the moment. Definitely stay indoors. There currently it's warned for quarter-sized hail. But there could be some larger hail associated with that. So there we go. And then this one right here, this one I think is going to be allowed to expire. I'm not entirely sure. Just some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds from that. And then over here, kind of near Eau Claire, we do have some dollar-sized hail, half-dollar-sized hail, heading for Durand, Mondovi, and then later on potentially just south of Eau Claire. This one near This one heading just north of Menominee and probably north of Eau Claire later on this afternoon. Has some quarter-sized hail, and it has been downgraded to just quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, jeez. There you go. Had some trail mix earlier today, and that just still in my system. So we do have a considerable damage threat with that storm near Glenwood, and still some blue on there. So you know there could be, I mean, definitely pay attention to that storm if you live anywhere kind of I think it's Vineyard, Westport, and later on potentially Sauk Center and West Union. I think what's going to happen here is we could see this line of storms kind of form kind of this and then potentially travel north of the Twin Cities. We haven't seen many severe storms in the Twin Cities that this year, which has been pretty surprising there, even though there's been so many opportunities. But let's look at the tornado possible label here. We've had quite a few tornado possible labels. We do have a little bit of a couplet forming right there, so keep an eye on that. And then up here, we do have, once again, another couple of couplets over there, so pay attention to those. Not very tight and not very definitive at the moment. So those are kind of near Wadena and then Menishkwa. What kind of name is that? Meneshka. Okay. We'll just end it. We'll just end off that trying to pronounce that word right there. The one severe thunderstorm going through Rochester at the moment, that one currently has some quarter-sized hail and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds, directly impacting Rochester at the moment. It should be out of the region by in probably the next 30 minutes. So if you're in there, if you're in Rochester, just stay indoors for now. You should be fine pretty soon. So we still have that considerable label here near Sox, or kind of near Sauk Center, just west of Sauk Center here, where I think we do have a little bit of a split going on where we have two storms. You can see one hail core right there and also one hail core near Vineyard. So we'll monitor that. And then we also have this other storm potentially strengthening north as well. I think we still have, we have 4 over there and basically 4 over there. So we have 4, I would say, kind of east of the Twin Cities, and then we have 4 west of the Twin Cities. So kind of equal right there. So there we go. This one near Bemidji has been downgraded to just under severe hail here. It's currently 0.75 hail, which could be a little bit damaging, but it's not quite severe. It's still 60-mile-per-hour winds from that storm, and it looks like that other severe thunderstorm warning that was north of that storm has expired. Wasn't very severe anyways. I think a lot of these are just quarter-sized hail, and then quarter-sized hail, and then 60-mile-per-hour winds. So there we go. Perfect. So, oh gosh. So we'll keep an eye on this one here. As this one looks like the biggest storm, or at least the most impactful storm out of the few here. There we go. So we still have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. I mean, as of right now, we haven't had a tornado warning here. Let me just turn that off. There we go. Perfect. So this one's still golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Currently out of the severe thunderstorm watch. That's what this Yellow Shade region is. And then of course this line of storms here, this storm right here, currently tornado possible label on that, just some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The reason why it's tornado possible is, I think if we look at storm relative velocities here, you see a little bit of a couplet right there. It's not very strong at the moment, but National Weather Service and me are keeping an eye on that to see if that might become tornado warned within the next within the next 30 minutes here. And of course, that one near Glenwood. This one actually shows a little bit of rotation, just a little bit of broader rotation as well. Shows that it's a pretty strong supercell here. And it just got updated here, and you can see a little bit of disconnect between that couplet, but still a pretty nice or pretty big storm going through the region there. So really, if you're in Sauk Center, just be aware that there is a pretty strong storm heading your way here. I think it's traveling. How fast is it traveling? I don't think it's setting any world records. Yeah, 35 miles per hour. So probably within, I would say, the 30 minutes to an hour of Sauk Center there. So, and of course, we do have these storms here. This cluster right here, we'll have to keep an eye on. Um, this one I think has the best chance. These clusters of storms, if anything, they're probably the closest that the Twin Cities might get to a storm here. But we're only at 5. We're only 5 p.m. at the moment. So we could see some storms here in southeast, or kind of potentially in southern Minnesota or south of the metro here. And we did get that expanded here. Sauk Center currently golf ball sized hail near there. So one of our bigger storms there, just that severe thunderstorm warning did get expanded there. Just do this. Perfect. Perfect. So we still have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings on each side of the Twin Cities, one to the west, one to the, or 4 to the west, 4 to the east here. Let's do this real quick. There. Okay. Do, 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 do. So that's our biggest storm that we're currently monitoring. So if you live in Sauk Center, just be aware that there is one of our bigger storms of the afternoon. It's currently heading for you guys. Golf ball sized hail, considerable damage here, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that storm. And then this one near just now northeast of Menominee here, still quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That will most likely just go north of Eau Claire, and we do have some storms kind of interfering. This actually might turn into kind of a line of storms here. Let me just draw it out real quick. Kind of like that. You can start to see that form, so that might strengthen here. And then once it gets kind of west of the Eau Claire area, or east of the Eau Claire area, so once it kind of just gets over there, we'll start covering more of what we're having in Minnesota, which could later on impact parts of western Wisconsin and potentially the Twin Cities as well here. In terms of Rochester here, I believe it's just still quarter-sized hail, and I think all of these are pretty much the same. And like I said before, I think, I'm not entirely sure, is this a little bit, we might have a storm just firing up south of the Twin Cities. Just called it too. Not even a couple of minutes ago did I say that we could have a storm fire south of the Twin Cities. These storms right here, this cluster of storms, of course, I don't think they could strengthen and become severe pretty soon, but currently that's going north of the Twin Cities. This severe thunderstorm warning near Wabasha, or Wadena, not Wabasha, and Park Rapids, basically between those two cities. Currently, we have a tornado possible label on that. Still, we're monitoring that for any potential tornadic development. Let's check on Duluth here, and we do have another severe thunderstorm warning here for quarter-sized hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds. So if you live in Max, North Orm, Big Falls, or live near the Pine Island State Forest, or what the heck, Cochicking State Forest, really very, very isolated area here, or Lake Winnebagoshi. Gosh, some of these names are very interesting here. If you live anywhere in this very isolated region of northern Minnesota, just get ready for some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then also some potential quarter-sized hail. There we go. Trying to find the words. And then we do have some storms heading kind of towards the Duluth area. None of these are severe at the moment, but we'll still keep an eye on those. We currently, yep, still have 4. So we have currently 8 severe thunderstorm warnings here. I believe so. Let me just check real quick. Yep. So, oh, actually, no, we have 9. Never mind. So we have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings here. We do have some storms heading towards Duluth here. Currently, looks like it's just some non-severe thunderstorm warnings here. And of course, it looks like everything in western Wisconsin is actually starting to cluster together. And now that I say it here, we do have some storms starting to form just south of the potentially some storms. I think this might just be a little bit of radar. Just some radar, just messy stuff going on here. It looks like we still have a little bit of precipitation forming over Cedar Lake. We'll pay attention to that over the next 30 minutes to see if that potentially becomes severe. It's in a pretty good environment at the moment. Golf ball sized hail here heading towards Sauk Center. Currently, it's over Westport, Minnesota, just southwest of the I-30 or I-94 corridor here. Keep an eye on that. There we go. And then, of course, these storms north of the Twin Cities here, those could become severe potentially as they travel closer to the Minnesota and Wisconsin border here. Now, I don't think much has changed. We'll keep an eye on ping pong sized hail now for parts of Park Rapids and Wadena. I think it's mostly for this storm south, kind of on the southern edge, the one closer to Wadena, Minnesota here. And we do have not much rotation going on, so I think they might. Oh, wait, never mind. We do have a little bit of a couplet forming right here. This could actually be. That's starting to get a little more interesting here, so we'll keep an eye on that. There's actually been, all 3 of these storms have been pretty interesting here, but the strongest of the 3, let me just go back to reflectivity here. The strongest of the 3, I believe, is that Wadena storm. It just has a big, larger hail core over there. And of course, we do have that new severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail, and then also some 60-mile-per-hour winds for a very isolated area Northam, and then also Big Falls, Minnesota here. And that's pretty much going to stay over pretty like Big 4 Elfie, never heard of these before. Pelican Lake, Boys Fort Reservation might be in the path of this within the next hour or 2. But quite a bit of a storm system going into Duluth at the moment. Of course, it's not severe at the moment, but there are some downpours with that. Just checking Rochester here, just keeping an eye on these bigger storms here, and we do still have that quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here, or wind speeds here, for Iota, Marion, and then St. Charles later on. Rochester is just about out of this storm here. If you're on the south eastern end of Rochester, it's still most likely pouring and potentially some quarter-sized hail as well. Just an eye on that Sauk Center storm. We'll have to keep an eye on this one because it's actually quite interesting. We just have that storm to the north and potentially storm forming to the south there. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty isolated. Maybe a little bit of some broad rotation in there as well. Really, any of these storms later on this afternoon could be tornadic. Of course, these ones right here do have a tornado possible label. With the northern edge storm kind of near Park Rapids, you can see a little bit of a kind of, I would say kind of right there, but it's being a little, just a little bit of an inflow notch right there. But I mean, that's just, look at velocities here. Yeah, starting to calm down a little bit. This one right here is also starting to calm down. This part, it kind of, this used to be red right here, and then this is starting to turn more green. That basically means that that rotation is starting to weaken as well. We do have a little bit of rotation just north of Huntersville, but very broad as well. So in terms of tornadic activity at the moment, it's actually quite quiet. So ping pong sized hail now for or just east of Rochester here. So if you live towards Iota, St. Charles, Marion, just get ready for some potential ping pong sized hail. And if you're in is that Voila, Eglinton, and then Plainview, there might be some hail as well, or some ping pong sized hail as well. Quite a few storms at the moment. $50 sized hail, of course, that one I believe was already issued for parts of Durand and also Mondovi. And also here for just near Colfax here, we do have that storm. I think this is actually being allowed to expire here, this severe thunderstorm warning, where we did have that quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We do have some storms heading kind of towards the Eau Claire area, some heavy downpours. Currently nothing really severe at the moment except for that storm just east of Colfax. And of course we have that one kind of in Durand at the moment, heading for Mondovi, heading, I believe, in kind of the northeast direction. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, still ping pong sized hail for Sauk Center. Or just about Sauk Center. And that's still, I mean, it's still pretty strong here. We do have another storm off to the north. That will be interesting to monitor. And then potentially another storm just trying to start up here just south of, or just southwest of Sauk Center as well. There you go. There you go. Almost forgot the tornado possible label. Oh, that's not what I wanted to click. There we go. Okay. So still ping pong sized hail here. I would say, well, all three of these storms actually. I think the one near Huntersville and then the one northeast of Wadena. These ones, I mean, looking a little more stronger here. If we keep an eye on the velocities, I think this is really the only storm that's currently has a tornado possible label. There's a little bit of rotation, very broad rotation just north of Huntersville, so keep an eye on that. And of course, this one is the same as well as that one. So all of these storm systems are pretty much that one near north of Eau Claire and Menominee. This one, I believe, is being allowed to expire at the moment. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty far past here, and I think it expires in 16 minutes. So there might still be some hail there just heading towards Chippewa Falls, and then also some heavy downpours heading into Eau Claire at the moment. And some $50 sized hail near near Durand, and then also heading towards Mondovi. And we do have some ping pong sized hail here in near Rochester, Minnesota. Keep an eye on that. There you go. So quite a bit of hail actually from all of these storms. At least some of them are quarter-sized hail, and then some of them are also just quarter-sized hail as well. So we have ping pong-sized hail. We do have this one instance of some golf ball-sized hail. And just to show you that really, even though you may not be in the severe thunderstorm watch, doesn't mean that you won't see any severe thunderstorms. This one right here is the strongest storm we've seen this afternoon. And currently it does have some golf ball-sized hail associated with it at the moment. There we go. Okay, still 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. So quite scattered, some quite scattered storms at the moment here. I think if we look, I'm gonna try to find a webcam here from that. Oh no. Okay. I'm going to try to pull up webcam from this because it's right over the I-94 corridor here. So it's probably right on a severe thunderstorm, or right in that hail core. Where's Sauk Center? I'll let that load a little bit. Okay, it looks like we have downgraded to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon, or at least active ones. Okay. Oh, unable to load stream. Great. I think it might be cut down by some power. What about this one? Yeah, we're... Yeah. Yeah, none of these... So none of the webcams, unfortunately, near Sauk Center work. Yeah. So maybe a potential loss of power there. It looks like still golf ball sized hail associated with that with some considerable damage. All, with all 8 of our severe thunderstorm warnings. Over here near Rochester, we still do have that ping pong sized hail. Not much going on other than that. That severe storm near or heading towards Chippewa Falls, that severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. It was just quarter-sized hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still pretty heavy downpour heading for you guys. And then also Eau Claire is most likely actually going to get a ton of rain over the next hour or so. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. This storm right here, kind of near Durand heading towards Mondovi. This one, I believe, is still dollar size. So it's half dollar sized hail issued by the Twin Cities, and then quarter sized hail issued by the La Crosse office. So, because it's both separated by 2 separate offices here. I'll be right back. Just gotta do something real quick. Okay, there we go. I'm back. There are currently quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. I think still golf ball sized hail. And then, of course, we have, I believe one of them was allowed to expire. Yeah, so now we've gone down to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment here. No tornado warnings have been basically issued today as of right now. I think there was one this morning here for parts of western Minnesota. I think there's only one tornado warning, but other than that, pretty quiet morning here. We actually had quite a few thunderstorms move through the region, a line of thunderstorms bring a ton of rain for some regions here. So that storm north of Menominee and Eau Claire, that will most likely, the severe thunderstorm warning will most likely expire here, as you can start to see kind of a line starting to form here. So, and then more storms interfering with the updraft of this main storm, which is just resulting in that hail producing potential just decreasing. The severe thunderstorm warning near Rochester here, ping pong sized hail here, pretty big storm actually. Like if we look at velocities here real quick, quite strong here. We do have potentially a little bit of a couplet forming. Let me go into relative velocities. Yeah, a little bit of a couplet forming right there. Actually, a little bit of a spike in speeds there. So we'll keep an eye on that. But no tornado warnings at the moment. Just a tornado possible label on this on this storm near Park Rapids in Wadena. I almost try to pronounce that with a South Boston accent. And then this one, because I think this one, oh, never mind. I was about to say there's a little bit of a couplet up there. I think that's one of the reasons. I mean, that has been the case for a little bit where we've had that couplet up there, which has kind of, I think, continued on that severe or that tornado possible label. Then this one near Sauk Center here, just about missed Sauk Center, but if you're in parts of like Little Sauk, so it kind of It just about missed Sauk Center to the north, but if you're in Little Sauk, it's directly impacting. And we do have a little bit, it's quite interesting, a little bit of a hook forming right there. Let's look at velocities and see what's going on there. I think the velocities have they caught up yet? Not yet. Okay. Keep an eye on that. We'll pay attention to this velocity couplet real quick. Next run. Yeah, the radar is doing some funny things with that because we are a little far out from here in that severe thunderstorm warning near near Menominee has been allowed to expire. But definitely some heavy downpours just going into Chippewa Falls at the moment. I think we did get a new, yep, here we go. Ping pong sized hail here for parts of southeastern Minnesota possible here just west. A new severe thunderstorm warning. Nothing really has changed in terms of potential of that. I think we still have 7 storms here, but we are paying attention to this golf ball sized hail potential here near Sauk Center, almost over Sauk Center, but it's actually just over Little Sauk at the moment. So no severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, or no tornado warnings at the moment here. There we go. But we'll have to keep an eye on this storm. Looks like it's forming a little bit of a hook, but it's kind of disordered. Like, look at the little jumps there. Just, it's kind of like disconnected, you know? So we'll monitor that as we go into it. But if anything, that one looks pretty interesting. And then, of course, this tornado possible. Oh, wait, what's this? I just saw it for a brief second. Where'd it go? Was it relative velocity? No. I swear I just saw it for a little bit. I think I just saw a pretty big couplet. Wait, was it this one right here? Trying to look back here. Okay, never mind. Just my eyes, I guess. So it looked like we had a little bit of a storm here. And then also over here near just east of Park Rapids and in Wadena, we do have these storms starting to exit that severe thunderstorm warning, so that one also might be allowed to expire here. We still have a couple of couplet or slight couplets, not exactly couplets here, but areas of some brief rotation. So keep an eye on that. Oh, this is kind of what I was looking at. Yeah, just a little bit. But that's not the closest radar. If we go to the closest one here, oh, that's quite interesting right there. So do we have any? We do have an area of pretty good rotation there, just northwest of, or northeast of Sauk Center here. That's kind of what we're focused on at the moment. So I don't think there has been a tornado warning issued for that. That's the one part. That's where that's what kind of caught me off guard. Was this right here. That's why I was trying to cycle through the radars because I saw this and I was like, ooh, that doesn't look good. If we go through velocities, same thing. And if we look over here, yeah, I mean, we have one of our bigger areas of rotation just northeast of Sauk Center. I wouldn't be too surprised if there's a tornado warning. So if you're in Ward Springs, I would definitely be on high alert, as we may have a potential tornado developing at the moment. I mean, that's pretty good area of rotation right there, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Not entirely sure if this is behind the cold front. I think it's just along it. Because we do have, if we go back to reflectivity here, we do have this line of storms here. And those I think are just about off of the cold front there, because there isn't quite a warm front here, and that velocity still looks quite interesting. So still that. Let's go to tilt 2 here. This is basically a higher tilt. This is, yeah. That one's actually an old one. Yeah, just a little old. I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw something from that. In terms of the other storm systems around the region here, we still have ping pong sized hail, I believe, for just east of Rochester. And then north of Wadena, we have still a tornado possible label. And then there's one way up north in a very isolated location, basically quarter-sized hail. So this is the most interesting storm right here. We do have a little bit of a hook forming. We'll see if the National Weather Service is going to issue a tornado warning for that. Not entirely sure if this is, I don't think it would be an elevated storm because I think this is right along that cold front. Pretty good storm though. I mean, it's a pretty nice looking storm. It's right by itself too. So, but still some golf ball sized hail. So, and it looks like the rotation is getting a little broader over the last couple of scans. So, but if you're in Ward Springs already, get inside. Golf ball sized hail, considerable damage threat to there. And then also that area of potential rotation. And it's actually, yeah, this is probably the best rotation we've seen. That severe thunderstorm warning just north of here, the one that had that tornado possible label, has expired. So that's down to, I believe, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon, or currently at the moment here. And then, of course, we don't have that tornado possible label anymore, but we do have a area of rotation that we are currently monitoring. So there. There. Let's see here. So latest scan was 1 minute ago, and it looks like we still have that broad rotation. This is kind of what we're looking at the moment. And that's heading straight for Ward Springs, which already, if you're in Ward Springs, you should be in your shelter. Golf ball sized hail possible with that. And we do have some storms, which one of the good things about this storm is we do have a couple of them interfering with it just about, which might decrease that tornadic potential unless it's an elevated storm. In terms of this storm near Rochester, we do have quarter-sized hail. Once again, with that storm, it looks like it's been downgraded. So, and then, oh gosh, quarter-sized hail once again for parts, just heading towards Mondovi, or in Mondovi at the moment, just south of the Eau Claire area. And this storm right here near Sauk Center is looking very interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go to the velocities here. You see still a little bit of rotation there. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So a little bit of broad rotation here. I mean, a little bit of a couplet forming there as well. So keep an eye on that. Looks like this storm, yeah. So looks like we're down to 3 now. So down to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're going to keep an eye on this one here, as this one looks like the most impressive storm out of all the ones near the Twin Cities metropolitan area. So we currently have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. There we go. Perfect. So we used to have 9. We had 9 like earlier this afternoon. So this one right here is definitely, I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Yeah, a little bit of, just over Ward Springs at the moment. So a little bit of rotation over there. So But even if you're in Ward Springs, I would take shelter here. Golf ball sized hail, Gray Eagle, and then Birdham, Swanville, Round Prairie, and I think Little Sock. Some golf ball sized hail possible, I think, for Little Sock and Round Prairie. Guys might just about be getting out of this storm's path here, or it's just about leaving you guys. But just keeping an eye on this rotation here, as we still do have a little bit of a couplet right there. In terms of the coefficient here, not much. So luckily no debris ball on this storm. So doesn't look like there's really any evidence. It looks like there's actually quite a few cabins potentially over in this area. So Pleasant Beach, North Shore, of course Ward Springs as well. So, but I don't think we have any tornado possible labels at the moment. So this is really, if there's a storm that looked the most impressive, it would probably be this one. So because all of our other storms have been pretty much downgraded. I'm trying to get my water ball. Have been downgraded to quarter-sized hail. So holy smart, I can already feel my mouth starting to get dry. So if you guys have any questions, be free to ask them in the chat. But there we go. A little bit of an update on that storm north of the Twin Cities here. This one actually looks pretty impressive. Currently it's not severe warned at the moment, probably just about getting to that stage. In terms of velocity, it's just a little bit all over the place, but we do have a storm ahead of it, so that's going to decrease that hail potential, and then also this storm right here. I think that one near Columbus, that little rain shower near Columbus might potentially just about kind of decrease that tornado threat. And look at this, there is a non-severe thunderstorm in the Twin Cities at the moment. So technically the Twin Cities got hit by non-severe thunderstorm, but they got hit by something today. So if you live in St. Louis Park, or basically the dead center of Minneapolis, a storm just formed over you guys. We're still looking at that storm near Sauk Center here. Still looks like, let's look at the latest velocities here. Yeah, I mean it's a little more broader. It's not as like definitive as it was a couple minutes ago. One of the reasons why I think it had tornadic potential is because we had earlier storms this just a couple minutes ago, or just an hour ago, that had a tornado possible label. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Duluth. Here, let me get back to the high-res velocity here. This one right now, it's just south of the clusters of storms that we're talking about. It looks like it might just why is there 3 superiors? There's one superior up here, one superior up here, and then one superior down here. So if you live in all 3 superiors just south of Duluth, get ready, because there is a storm, a severe thunderstorm heading all of your guys' way. Quarter-sized hail, and then also some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that. So, but I mean, in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings, we've been consistently over 5 over the last couple of minutes. So I do have a second monitor, or my Chromebook here, that I'm just keeping an eye on. It basically has like all of like the map of everything. Where we do have quite a few, I mean, it's quite scattered here, but we do have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. But we do have this one heading for all 3 superiors. We'll go back to the one near Sauk Center here. Keep an eye here, but a little bit of a hook forming. I'm not surprised. I'm not sure why it didn't at least get a tornado possible label on it, but it looks like right here we do have that rotation is starting to weaken just a little bit here. I think, yeah, this is a little outdated. If we look at the tilt, at the moment, oh, actually, oh, never mind. Okay. I was about to say, like, the latest, if we go back a scan, like, that actually looked like there's quite a bit going on. But that was, like, back almost 5-6 minutes ago. So, all right. So, I mean, there is a little bit of rotation right there. There's still rotation with that storm. So, over near Balsam Lake, or actually this storm right here near Elk River and Balsam Lake, this one right here has gotten a special weather statement. Let me just read it off for you guys if it loads. There we go. This one right here, new special weather statement. Currently, it has, let's read it off. 40-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4 sized inch hail. So radar indicated threat. So if you live in Linwood or Wyoming, Forest Lake, or Stacy, you are in the kind of direct path of this storm. Currently, it's not severe warned, but we do have special weather statement for some potential 40-mile-per-hour winds. Wait, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and then also the potential for some 3/4 inch sized hail. This one right here, we do have a huge storm system. Now, this was actually already technically warned a couple of minutes ago here, but it's been rewarned. So now we have some quarter-sized inch hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds with that storm. I think we have 7. We have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. So we ain't beating records tonight, but if you live in, oh gosh, what should I say? Walker, oh my gosh. If you live in this region, if you live, I would say, west of Grand Rapids, just there's a potential of some quarter-sized hail, basically in this very large area here, from Nizwa, oh gosh, Nizwa to Marcel, Minnesota. That includes Deer River and then also Wabidoux, Wabidoux. So, a little bit of a recap on our storms here. This one, I think this cluster of storms is just going to be, we're going to start to see more of this like large severe thunderstorm warnings being issued for those storms, as that is currently starting to form into a big line. This one near Sauk Center, currently it's going to be, there's going to have to be a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for it unless we see a little bit of interference from this storm just forming south and also another one forming north of it. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Currently it's golf ball sized hail. It just got the size of it just got decreased. And then we also have a special weather statement for this storm right here. I believe it's still 40-mile-per-hour winds, and then also the chance of some 3/4 inch sized hail. So we do have that, and then we also have this storm right over Minneapolis here. So technically the Twin Cities did not completely get missed, and a lot of meteorologists were talking about, will the Twin Cities get thunderstorms at least this afternoon and evening, because we saw quite a few of them move through the region in the morning hours, and technically these severe thunderstorm warnings might be allowed to expire here, as we do have a bit of a cluster of storms forming at the moment, and it's not very definitive. Once we see these all of these storms right here start to kind of group together more and more, we're actually going to start to see more of a linear storm mode, and that's when we could see severe thunderstorm warnings being issued once again for that. In terms of Winona, it looks like that threat has also decreased, as we also have quite a few storms around that general location too. Let me just try to get the cross site open here. You got this storm right here, this storm right here, the bigger storm, and you also got this storm coming from the southwest. So that hail threat has been decreased to basically less than 3/4 of an inch. So even if you live in that area, there is a chance of some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So I think we're starting to move, as these storms start to group together, we're starting to see more of a wind threat. but you cannot count out the chance of a potential tornado or two this afternoon, and then also some hail as well. But still some golf ball sized hail. The Gray Eagle, and then Burnham, and then also Swanville. Next up could be Uppsala, Elmdale, and then Sabwiski, and then Flensburg too. So. There we go. Okay. Just keep an eye on that storm. It looks like they haven't quite expanded the severe thunderstorming just yet at the moment. But we currently have around 7 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. We do have one potential severe storm in the near future here, right over Minneapolis. That is heading for places like Maple Grove, Oakdale, White Bear Lake pretty soon here. The storm direction, and it just got a special weather statement. So that storm that we're currently looking at right now has a special weather statement on it. If I can get to it. Oh gosh. Oh, come on. There we go. 40 mile per hour winds, and then also some 3/4 inch sized hail possible with that. And that's basically the same as the one that we have just north of there. And this one, oh my goodness, this one is forming a little bit of a hook there. And we do have a little bit of a potential couplet. It's a very dirty looking couplet, but it's still one that we'll keep an eye on. So. Okay. And then these storms near Durand and Mondovi, it looks like the National Weather Service is allowing these storms to, or at least the warnings to expire. So yeah. So if you live in like places like Strom, Osseo, Augusta, Whitehall, Black River Falls, and then also Winona, there is a chance of potentially some damaging winds from these. Currently, it's not severe, but as these start to group together and get more organized, we could see a damaging wind threat from these. But we do have these 2 storms just over Minneapolis, and then also north of Minneapolis. This one looks quite interesting because there's not much interference from it. Like, these storms are actually quite nicely separated. Like, look at that look at that space between them. That is, if you want severe weather, that's kind of what you want. So, but and of course these do have tornadic potential if they get organized. So this is a pretty tornadic environment, but keep an eye on these 2 at the moment. A couple, it looks like it's disappeared. Wasn't very organized in the first place. Still a special weather statement. This one near Gray Eagle and Burnham. This one is quite interesting because it's not quite, it hasn't been, the severe thunderstorm warning hasn't been expanded for places like Uppsala, Elmdale. I think we might be getting a little bit of interference here. I don't know why. Oh, okay, there we go. I don't know why it's getting now or not being expanded quite yet. But that might just be because of this interference here from this Meldo's storm here. That might just be interfering with the updraft of it. So everything that's getting sucked up in this storm, now you have this storm right over there. In terms of echo tops, this one, I mean, you can start, oh gosh, let me show you guys. So this is kind of the updraft region. This is where all that moisture is getting lifted into the storm and all that fuel is going. And you also have this updraft starting to form just south of it. So those, I mean, that's not a lot of space between them. So a little bit of interference from there. That's one of the reasons we might not be seeing a severe thunderstorm warning being issued for there. Okay. And it looks like that other severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire as well. And we do have it, we do have ping pong sized hail near Little Falls, Minnesota now. So it looks like a little bit of interference from that bottom storm there. So, and now we are up to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. for the region. There you go. All right, perfect. So we do have some ping pong sized hail heading towards Little Falls at the moment with some 60-mile-per-hour winds. An update on that storm heading for all three Superiors, I guess. You got, it's actually quite funny, you got one right there, and then also one right there. So I don't know if that's just a map glitch, but this one right here, this actually might get a little bit of interference as well. So it's not very severe at the moment here, just some quarter-sized hail and then also some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts from that, but we'll still pay attention to that. Oh gosh. There we go. 4, 5, 6. Okay. Perfect. In terms of velocities, let's look at it real quick. Yeah, just a little bit of very weak rotation right there. Just north of Foxborough. Pretty isolated location too. I'm actually going there later this summer. So, yeah. If you're ever in Duluth, I guess you can catch me there. Pretty beautiful over there. It's unfortunately not Superior, so. If we move to the south here, we still have that storm near Winona. It's kind of starting to get to that stage where it's getting a less severe. It's still 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we do have these storms taking advantage of all that energy ahead of the main storm right there. So that is decreasing the tornadic threat, or the decreasing especially the wind threat or the hail threat, but also a little bit of the wind threat as well. Now, if this was by itself, this would have been a pretty big storm. That actually looks like a beefy one if it wasn't as severe, or as in wasn't as like unorganized there. And then we also have some heavy downpours in Eau Claire, especially on the south side near places like Altoona, and then also town of Washington. And then Chippewa Falls is kind of the same place too. Update on those special weather statements, which you can't quite see here. We do have a storm in Minneapolis at the moment. Kind of weird formation here. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. It looks like a frisbee or like a one of those things you like throw and then it comes back at you. Kind of a weird shape there. Or Minneapolis. Usually we don't see storms form right over it, but and then of course we do have that storm near just north of Columbus, heading towards the Minnesota and Wisconsin border, like places like St. Croix Falls. So maybe a little bit of a split going on. Well, maybe not. I'm not sure. When you see here, yeah. So heavy downpours over there. So if you live in Minneapolis, just some heavy downpours. I mean, this storm might be strengthening just a little bit. And then we also have a little bit of a potential outflow boundary forming right there, but that might just also be like a radar spike potentially. So quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. I believe we still have 5 and then 6 severe. So one or all, actually no, wait, no. 5 of them are in Minnesota and then one of them is in Wisconsin. So but this whole organized system, I think what we're going to see later on in the afternoon is, or afternoon evening, is we're going to see this storm start to kind of, get a little organized. We're going to see it form into a line of storms. That will most likely, I think that's kind of what's going to happen later on tonight. We do have another storm forming along just south of the kind of near, what's this? Near places like Egan, and then way to the east of Bloomington as well, heading towards Hastings. So I don't think that's. Oh wait, nope, never mind. I thought that had a special weather statement on it, but not quite yet. Just update on these. Oh gosh. This one near in a very highly isolated location, um, in places like kind of the Big Falls, and then also heading towards Max, Minnesota. I don't think barely any people live here, anyways. Maybe some people in cabins and stuff. I mean, most of it's a state forest. But if you live in this general area, um, just make sure to seek shelter, just some quarter-sized hail, and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds. South of there, it's pretty much the same story. More people actually live here. Some in Gordona, and then Wimere, and then Wabidu, Pine River, 50 Lakes, Emily, and then also the if you live near the Bowstring State Forest. So quite a few state forests up here in northern Minnesota here. Quite a beautiful site here. Never go storm chasing if you ever plan on it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for just east of Wabasha. It's just for some less than 3/4 inch sized hail, and then also some 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Like I said before, I think this is going to turn into more of a severe wind threat as we go into the later hours, but it's just starting to begin. So, and that's kind of the main threat we're looking at in terms of tonight, was kind of a wind threat, but also a potential tornadic threat. Speaking of tornadic threat, I'm actually gonna see kind of, we're gonna show you guys kind of what we're expected to see in terms of a potential tornadic threat later tonight, or kind of what the risks look like at the moment, because I believe it was updated not too long ago. Okay, still looks like we do have the risk for tornadoes pretty much in western Wisconsin. Wait, let me share the screen real quick. Where is it? There we go. Okay, so this is kind of the tornado outlook. Oh, no. Here's the tornado outlook. So basically we have a 5% risk over most of Wisconsin, and then that's kind of extending into that Duluth area. And then we also have a 10% risk over near, I believe that's Kansas City, in part just south of Des Moines. So in terms of a hail threat, oh gosh, I keep getting the wrong tab here. In terms of wind, we'll move on to the wind threat. It has been it has been moved towards more of like the Duluth, and then just west or just east of Eau Claire as well. And then also still 15% risk, but the stronger winds that we're looking at tonight are most likely going to occur kind of in this general red shaded region here. In terms of hail risk, we do have quite a bit of one in western Wisconsin, just dipping into there, and then also parts of southeastern Minnesota as well. So a little bit of an update on that. Let me go back to the Radar Omega app. Oh gosh, that's not what I wanted to do. Nope. What was I? Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. So it looks like we did, let's check up on that storm near Little Falls. Still some ping pong sized hail from that. Nothing really standing out to me at the moment. We still do have 6 tornado, or let me update that real quick. We do have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. So, 2 near kind of La Crosse area. I think what we're going to see here is these storms over the Twin Cities. Technically storms are non-severe at the moment, but we have one heading towards St. Croix Falls, and then one just exiting on the east metro here, heading for Stillwater, Lake Elmo, in the Hudson area. Might even be traveling a little more to the northeast. And then, of course, we have one. It looks like this one near Inner Grove Heights hasn't really gotten to it just yet. It looks like it's kind of strong. It actually looked like it was strengthening And I think those showers ahead of it, I just don't think it really materialized. And then we do have a little bit of a split going on right here. You can actually start to see this storm right here, this storm right here, and then another one right, oh gosh, another one right there forming. This used to be one big storm. Now it's just starting to form into just a little bit, maybe a little bit of a mess right there. But that is heading, let's see here, kind of heading towards the Stillwater, just north of Stillwater potentially there, but no severe thunderstorm warning on it at the moment. And of course, we have these two right here. This is just for not really a hail threat or a severe hail threat at least, but 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with these storms near Winona and then also places like Whitehall and Arcadia. So, all right. So, if you guys have any questions, be free to ask me. It looks like we did get our severe, or we did get our storms near the Twin Cities. So, if you're wondering if you're gonna get storms in Twin Cities, I think that's pretty much your last shot. Those storms that just went through here, currently in Shoreview and Maplewood, and then we also have some heading kind of towards the St. Croix Falls area. Let's do an update here. We do have this one storm heading, now it's actually entering Superior, the first Superior of 3. Right now it's currently just some quarter-sized inch hail and then also some 60-mile-per-hour winds from that storm. And then it will most likely be kind of heading towards the pier at the moment. At least I know that. So if you're enjoying your day on the beach, you may notice a couple of cool looking clouds off to your southwest, and those are actually some severe that's actually a severe thunderstorm heading your way, or at least a thunderstorm. And a thunderstorm doesn't have to be severe for you to take shelter. If you hear thunder, go under, I guess. I don't know what the saying is. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning here, and I'm glad that it wasn't issued for St. Croix County, or else I would have heard a blaring thing from my from my NOAA weather radio. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning issued for just outside the St. Croix Falls area for some quarter-sized inch hail and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think we could see the same thing being issued for parts of Stillwater later on today. I'm pretty sure this is just outside St. Croix Falls or St. Croix County. So, but nothing has really changed from these. We're gonna keep an eye on this one though. Really the one thing that's getting a little concerning, or just for that could decrease the severity, is these blobs right here. We have quite a few of them, but we'll see. Then over here, let's see the velocities real quick. Not much going on. So luckily, not too much spin going on over there. Heading towards St. Croix Falls. We do have the secondary storm, which basically I think started around just after this storm. So this will most likely become severe soon if it just stays organized. And then, of course, we do have these storms heading out of our region here. Both, tornado possible label on one of them. And that's for Whitehall. So, oh yeah, I could definitely see that. So a little bit of a hook forming right there. Let me just show you guys real quick. Just a little bit of that. Boop. There we go. That's kind of what we're looking at the moment. So, if we look at velocities here, oh my goodness. Yeah, I can definitely see the tornado. I could definitely see why they put a tornado possible label on it. That is looking quite concerning. Okay, so 3. Okay. That is interesting right there. So, if you live in Independence, I believe that's Wisconsin. Are we on the Wisconsin side yet? Oh, yeah, we are. Okay. So if you're in Independence or north of Arcadia, we do have a potential tornado developing here. Oh gosh, you can see it right there. Yeah, like look at this couplet form right here. So it's trying, it's cranking. So we do have another severe thunderstorm warning being issued just south of Rochester, actually. Golf ball sized hail. Um, so there's one that was just issued here. This one, golf ball sized or golf ball sized hail north of or just southeast of Rochester here. So I believe we are on, and tornado warning. So we do have a tornado warning, radar indicated threat here for places like Arcadia. So if you're in Arcadia or just north of Arcadia, we have a pretty definitive couplet here. That is this is what we're looking at the oh my gosh. This is what we're looking at the moment right now. Jeez Louise. So if you live in Arcadia or just north of it, between Arcadia and Independence, make sure to take shelter, as we do have our first tornado warning, at least of the afternoon and evening here. Okay, so there you go. So we're just keeping an eye on this one. Currently, it's radar indicated. And that velocity is a little broader. It is a little broader, but that rotation is it's still there. So I was like, once I saw that couplet, I was like, yeah, that's quite interesting there. So we do our first tornado warning of the afternoon here. I'm just gonna keep it basically on this one. As we do have that threat down there. And then we also have some golf ball sized hail south of Rochester as well, or southwest or southeast of Rochester. So, but if you live in Arcadia, make sure to seek shelter. So, that is kind of what we're looking at the moment here. It's kind of that severe thunderstorm warning is kind of obscuring that Arcadia sign, but this is basically, if we zoom it out here, this is, yeah, heading kind of in that general direction here. And we can actually look at the time lapse of this here. And I mean, it's been going on. I mean, it's been strengthening quite a bit. I think this is the moment where it got tornado warned. And then, of course, we're at this stage currently at the moment where it's just that tornadic potential is still there. So keep an eye on that. Okay. Just trying to warn some people. There we go. A rotation is a little broader, but if we were to have a tornado, it would be kind of in this general location. Currently, let's look at kind of to see if there's any debris in the air. And it looks like it's relatively quiet. Of course, we do have that right there. Oh gosh. We do have that right there, but it looks like it might just be some radar. Hopefully it didn't hit anything. Currently, right now, it's kind of in a rural area. Okay, let's check out the latest velocity here. Yeah. Okay. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Um, for that just west of Winona. Here, let me just exit out. There we go. Looks like quite a bit of a big storm right here. Just some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then some non-severe hail from that. But this is what we're looking at the moment. We'll go back to velocities here. We're going to keep big eye on this, as we do have a broad rotation. This is where that green and red meet. So we'll keep an eye on that. But we do have one tornado warning. So if you live in places like Arcadia or just north or yeah, near Arcadia or between like Independence and Arcadia, make sure to seek shelter. But it's luckily starting to broaden out. The rotation right there, usually you want like kind of them, the red and green directly touching each other, but currently at the moment it is looking like it's starting to broaden out, luckily. So, which is good because that doesn't, because the tornado genesis decreases when that happens. So, but I mean, this is a pretty hilly area um, of western Wisconsin. So, but if you do live in places like Arcadia and between Independence, definitely take shelter. As we do have, I believe, we do have some 60-mile-per-hour winds as well associated with that storm, with some non-severe hail. And it looks like it might, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if it tried again. Now, one of the things about this storm is that it is quite a beast, though. It is really large. Like, look at how large this storm is. And it's got a little bit of a gap between this storm to the south and also north. So, there you go. But let's go. Let's keep it on this storm. I'm just going to see if we have any updates on the other severe thunderstorms in the area, especially that one just north of the Twin Cities. That one looks like it's still quarter-sized inch hail. And then the ones that we're kind of looking at, the ones that are near the just north of the La Crosse area and just east of Rochester, those ones are currently non-severe in terms of hail, but they are severe in terms of wind. And then, of course, we have this tornado warning for areas like Arcadia and then also North Creek. So, of course, my Alexa wants to talk to me right now. Busy. I'm not quite sure how to help you with that. Yeah. All right. We do have a special weather statement issued for Eau Claire. Let me just try to get that some information on that. There we go. Okay. It looks like we do have some minor flooding over Eau Claire possible due to those thunderstorms over there. We were talking a little bit about that earlier, where we had quite a few of those. So we still have quite a bit of rotation, or just a broad rotation, heading for that Arcadia area. Looks like it's starting to fizzle out. We might, I mean, it's trying to crank. It's trying to rotate here, but luckily it's not doing the best here. So, but still, if you're in this red box here, stay in your shelter. It looks like, did they allow that tornado warning expire? I think they did. Okay. So it looks like they did allow that tornado warning to expire, or just expire that tornado warning in general here. Looked like it tried. It tried its hardest. It still has that tornado tornado possible take on it. But we'll keep an eye on that. We'll definitely keep an eye on that as we go into the later minutes here. Let's go update on that Duluth storm. And it looks like, let's check up on it if I can actually get to the radar site here. Here we go. So we do have that storm that impacted parts of Superior, it looks like it's non-severe at the moment here. It looks like it just weakened just before it hit the two Superiors. Luckily, it missed the biggest Superior over there. And then we do have that one entering, currently heading for St. Croix Falls here, some $half sized hail possible with this. If we look at velocities here, looks like it's still no rotation, so. Okay. But we might get some interference from the south here. Look at this storm right here, and then that's the big storm that we're focused on at the moment. But this is kind of the cluster that we're looking at the moment. These storms right here, so these yellow boxes that you see, non-severe hail associated with these, but we do have some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then as we go into the later hours of tonight, we'll start to see them kind of cluster together and then get a little more organized potentially and produce some stronger wind gusts. So it looks like this one right here. Oh, never mind. The one near southeast of Rochester here, some golf ball sized hail. So if you live in places like Iredell, Fremont, and then Peterson, make sure to take shelter here as we do have some golf ball sized hail with this storm. It is by itself at the moment. That will change within the next hour or so. So if you live in that region, just make sure to just seek shelter indoors. But I think we still have a tornado possible label on that one storm. I mean, it did produce, or didn't produce, but it did get a tornado warning quite a couple of minutes ago here. I think it still has, let's see here. Yeah. I mean, you see a little bit of broad rotation there. The tornado warning was just canceled. It wasn't even allowed to expire, it just got canceled. But it was some pretty good rotation in that. So some pretty scary looking rotation. But this one over near parts of St. Croix Falls and Balsam Lake, this one will most likely get extended into Wisconsin here. And then we also have a couple of that storm in Minneapolis at the moment. I think these are actually forming on a line here. See this one was the one. I think this one just split. Wait, let's see here. Show you guys something cool here. Yeah. See how they kind of separated? They split it. That's kind of cool. And what might actually happen is this storm that's over Hugo at the moment might actually interfere with this storm. So we might be seeing a little bit of a damaging wind threat over there. We do have a new storm potentially trying to form here near Inner Grove Heights. We've seen this before. The last storm that tried doing this actually didn't go so well. It just died off. This one near just heading towards Hastings. This one actually kind of a couple of storms formed into one. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. But it looks like we did see a couple non-severe thunderstorms initiate right over Minneapolis. But as of right now, there's not much of a chance of any more storms, at least for the next couple of hours here in the Twin Cities. As I think, I'm not entirely sure where that cold front is, but I think we're seeing a lot of stuff going on over here. But that might just be due to the fact that we did see a couple of storms let off some outflow boundaries, which further help some storms just initiate. So we do have some $half sized hail here heading towards St. Croix Falls, and then also further on down the road, Centuria, and then potentially also Balsam Lake, but I think it's just about going to miss there. But we do have some interference from the south here. That's going to limit that potential hail threat here. On these two storms right here, this one and also this one actually split earlier on. So that's quite interesting. The environment's pretty interesting today. Just hasn't shown itself too much. In terms of Little Falls here, that storm near Little Falls um, hasn't really done much. I mean, it did produce some golf ball sized hail later or earlier on in the afternoon, not too long ago. But other than that, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning. Then we also have that one, but this one is the most interesting one. This is our farthest south, and that's just south of St. Charles. There we go. At the moment here, but oh, looked like it just flashed for a sec. 60-mile-per-hour winds. So these two storms here, this one near Arcadia actually tried producing a tornado not too long ago. And then both of these are pretty much non-severe hail and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with them. I think we're still 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we did have 1 tornado warning. So ping pong sized hail heading into St. Croix Falls. However, I think we might see that threat either increase or decrease depending on what these storms do ahead of it. Right now, it looks like it actually might be increasing the threat as we do have some ping pong sized hail. I think it's radar indicated. Law enforcement reported. So, law enforcement have confirmed some ping pong sized hail heading into just north of St. Croix Falls and also Milltown and Centuria. We'll probably see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of, I believe this is St. Croix County. And I think, which one is it Rusk or Polk? Somewhere. The one north of St. Croix County, we might see that as well. So this one near Hastings has actually been quite interesting because it's been forming for the last couple of minutes here. You can see it, if I just rewind it there, you can actually see it's heading into Hastings at the moment, heading towards places like Oak Grove and River Falls here. So we'll have to pay attention to that one because it's completely by itself as well. This one just north of it near Cottage Grove or over Cottage Grove, I mean, there's one storm in the past that tried doing the exact same thing and it kind of failed. And this one, it looks like it's not becoming as severe as the one that we have right here, and it might actually overtake it. This storm to the south might actually overtake this storm in Cottage Grove. So yeah, it looks like the one near Cottage Grove is kind of starting to not do too much there. So it looks like second time is not the charm. It might be third time charm, but by the time it's a third time charm, I think most of these storms, there shouldn't really be many storms here in the Twin Cities metropolitan area. Of course, we have these at the moment, but I think these will be the last of them. So there we go. So 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have not dipped below 5. So we have not dipped below 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. And with these, potentially the one near Stillwater, which still hasn't been severe warned, this one has been going on pretty much almost as long as this one near St. Croix Falls. We'll see. But this one near Hastings, it does have my eye on it. Let's check the echo top real quick. Let's see here. Oop, there we go. Yeah, I mean, the echo top I think is a little outdated. It's currently almost 10 minutes outdated here. But what we're looking at is this is the top of the cloud, and usually you want it at least 40,000 feet, if not 50,000. So we'll keep an eye on that, as it does have potential there. So this one just north of it near Cottage Grove, same storm tried doing it again. We can actually get the St. Paul view of this, and you can see it's actually moving over the St. Paul airport. So this one near Garden City and St. Croix Falls, it's starting to move into Wisconsin. We actually have some heavy downpours over here in Milton, and also Balsam Lake might get a piece of this as well. So hopefully that wasn't a severe thunderstorm warning issued. My main worry is my NOAA weather radio is going to go off at like the worst possible time. That's just gonna scare the heck out of me. Like when I'm drinking water, it's probably gonna go off. So, but yeah, if you guys have any questions, make sure to ask them here. I'm free to ask. There's not much going on at the moment. Um, we still have quite a few severe thunderstorms, at the moment. Just 5 right now, but we do have quite a few trying to form. Let's get a little bit of an update on this one. This one actually looks like it might be. I can't tell if it's like dying off or increasing the severity threat. It might be kind of just at that stage where it's in between at the moment. It's trying to decide if it wants to become severe or not. That one is heading towards like Hastings, Oak Grove. I would say like between Oak Grove and Redwing. So I don't think there is a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Yeah. Okay. So update on Duluth here. We do have some storms rolling into. Luckily, none of them are severe at the moment. We did have originally have some severe storms in Old 2 Superiors, or issued for Old 2 Superiors, and then also one issued for the Almighty Superior, I guess. Because apparently 3 towns wanted to be superior to each other. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning issued for there, but now it's just some heavy downpours. Go back here. They're just moving their way towards just over Superior, so just expect some heavy rain over there, some heavy downpours. Duluth might just about get scraped. We'll just keep an eye on that though. Then we do have this storm near Glen, which has a hail core right now at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Quite a few storms that we can keep an eye on. This one near St. Charles still has some golf ball sized hail, and one of the concerning things is that it's pretty much by itself now. Of course, we do have some storms ahead of it, but it's staying quite a far back, so it shouldn't really become. Um, Honestly, if it wanted to, it could become more severe. But I think golf ball sized hail has pretty much been the max today. Lime sized hail is possible though, so we might see an upgrade to that. It looks like that storm near Osceola has expired. I don't know why it took a long time to pronounce that. It looks like St. Croix Falls and Osceola, that storm up there just turned into more of a cluster. So, um, too many storms interfering with it. Looks like that will be the end of that severe potential. But we could see later on in the afternoon and evening hours that storm becoming, or those clusters of storms becoming severe and producing a damaging wind threat. So let me just. So now we are down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. That doesn't mean that the severe potential of tonight is decreasing. It just means that as we go into the nighttime hours, it looks like we're transitioning to more of a from a wind and or we're transitioning from a hail threat to more of a wind threat at the moment, with these storms starting to kind of group together. So I think we'll keep our eye on this one. Stillwater, there's some potential there. We have some very heavy downpours. It looks like that one actually might become severe warned pretty soon, unless it's getting a little bit of interference. But at the moment, not that much interference from the south. This one near Hastings looks like it's starting to decrease in severity. Just about got to that severe potential, but looks like it didn't get there quite as fast. And of course, we have these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. This one I think has been allowed to expire, and then also this one as well, where we do have some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible from this storm, but non-severe hail. And then this storm right here, this one actually might be on a crash course with potentially La Crosse. At least northern La Crosse might be impacted by this. We are still quite a ways out. I think this is traveling at a blistering 30 miles per hour. So it'll probably be in La Crosse by tomorrow afternoon. No, I'm just joking. It'll probably be there within the next 1 to 2 hours. But depending on these storms on the south side of it or the southwest side, that could, and if they stay away, it could increase the potential or decrease if these storms get closer. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. For the La Crosse area, looks like these storms are actually starting to kind of separate a little bit, but we do have one for at least northern La Crosse, quarter-sized inch hail, and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we are up now to 5. So really the trend for today has been pretty much quarter-sized inch hail, pretty much the base minimum. We've had some storms produce some some golf ball sized hail, but other than that, has been a little quiet. So, and then of course we had that tornado warning near Arcadia. You can't forget about that. But these two storms, these are really the main ones that I kind of want to look into. This one especially, where we do have golf ball sized hail with that, and then of course this one near La Crosse as well. Which is just quarter-sized inch hail, but depending on if it can separate from that. We could also see these two merge here. Looks like that one actually, that might be a little bit of a glitch. Okay, quarter-sized inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind. So it looks like everything's starting to downgrade a little bit. We do have a special weather statement for, I believe, that storm near Stillwater. So basically that encompasses, I would say, kind of this general region. So if you live in this white region here, let's see what that. So we could see a severe thunderstorm warning issued from this. 40-mile-per-hour winds, and then also 3/4 of an inch hail possible for areas New Richmond, Town of Richmond, Forest, Emerald, Deer Park, Star Prairie. So if you live in that region, we do have this storm. Unless we get any storms to the south of it, we could see a severe thunderstorm warning being issued. Okay, this one near Hastings, it looks like it's been, it's been on that kind of, it's been on the knife's edge lately. And it looks like now it's starting to become, wait, no, I had to rewind. Okay, I was like, why did it become severe all of a sudden? But we'll keep an eye on that one. So yeah, that one near Stillwater, we do have a special weather statement for that one. And like I said before, basically I would say kind of the path of this, so right around, not right there, but kind of that general area. So like New Richmond, Town of Richmond, especially Somerset, Deer Park, Star Prairie, Styron, Emerald, and then potentially even Glenwood City, depending on where the storm tracks. We could see a severe thunderstorm warning being issued. Let's move on to this storm near Grand Rapids here. Still quarter-sized inch hail. This has been going on for quite a bit. And just some clusters of storms for the last couple of minutes. But I think what we're going to see is this. I mean, this hasn't really formed into one line. I think actually the HRR has been quite spot on, at least with these storms being semi-discrete in a way, where you have these storms ahead of it, but you also have the main line as well behind it. This storm near Glen and Kimberly, we'll have to keep an eye on. We also have one near Atkin as well. So it looks like we are down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. Once again. But it looks like this one actually might trying to split again, which there's been quite a few splitting storms this afternoon. One of them, I believe this one near Columbus, and then also this one near Stillwater. There was also a special weather statement. Let me go back here. Nope, never mind. It expired. So, if you live in St. Croix Falls, some pretty heavy downpours. I wouldn't be too surprised if there was maybe some pea-sized hail, but no severe hail expected there. Probably just some heavy downpours for those. And then Stillwater, we do have that potential of some potential severe thunderstorm warning being issued within the next like 30 minutes, depending on if this storm at least can stay away from each other. Right now, it's got a little bit of a gap, kind of. And we do have a storm, or not a storm, but we do have a little bit of a blip forming near Forest. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. Eau Claire, we do have a flooding special weather statement for there. So if you live in kind of the Eau Claire region, it looks like the rain is potentially going to stop pretty soon. At least, well, now that I say it, now we have this storm that might be heading its way towards Eau Claire. So there's a little bit of a flooding risk over in the Eau Claire area. So just be aware, do not drive in flooded roads. And over here in La Crosse area, we still have quarter-sized inch hail, and then the considerable threat. I don't know why it's considerable. Not sure why. Okay. But we do just have quarter-sized inch hail from that storm, and then also the La Crosse storm, which now is flashing, so I don't know what's going on there. A lot of things are going on. That storm in near Duluth or Grand Rapids, I believe, that severe thunderstorm warning has expired here. But don't be surprised if there's potentially another one being issued for some damaging winds potentially later on tonight. Okay. So we are down to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. But so really in this main, so we are pretty much now centered in southeastern Minnesota and then also parts of western Wisconsin. This cluster of storms, it'll be interesting to see what these do later on. Once they get pretty much west or yeah, east of the Eau Claire area, then that's kind of when the coverage stops here, but I'll make sure that to keep you guys updated on if anything else happens here. But it looks like the Twin Cities is pretty much fine except for those storms just moving out of the general vicinity. So cool stuff. Oh, my voice. So should have drank a little more water. There we go. So it looks like we do once again have some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with these 2 storms, and then also some quarter-sized inch hail possible in northern La Crosse here, and also some possible here in just south of St. Charles as well. And then this storm near Hastings, I think, oh my gosh, I can hear myself. There we go. This one near Hastings, it's been trying over the last couple or just the last hour or two, or just the last hour. Initiated not too long ago, but right now it might be dissipating. This one near Red Cedar and Durand just fired up. Actually, 2 separate storms just fired up. We'll keep an eye on that as it looks like it's still growing there. And then we do have this storm right here. So we have 2 separate storms. This one I have my attention to, and then also this one. Usually you don't want any storms to the south of it, but this one over near Osceola and then also Summer, or mostly near Osceola here, that one's quite interesting because this storm near Stillwater and Somerset might actually affect whatever this storm does to the north. But this one near Stillwater isn't really being affected at the moment. It is getting a little disorganized though, but we'll keep an eye on that. We still do have the chance of some 3/4 of an inch hail for that region. There. So really the only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that we have at the moment are near La Crosse. And really the maximum hail size is currently an inch in diameter, which is around quarter-sized inch or quarter-sized hail. And then we do have these storms just north of Stillwater. This one is currently has a special weather statement issued for it, where it could see some 40-mile-per-hour winds, and then also on the chance of some 3/4 inch hail. And also this one, near Wyoming and Osceola. This one has been catching my eye a little bit because it's been kind of, it's been separating a little bit. It's been growing and just staying a little far away. So we'll see what that one does. And it looks like we still have a little bit of a flooding risk over in Eau Claire. Just due to the fact that we'll once again have some heavy downpours heading in that general vicinity. Currently, it's not. Um, Currently, at the moment, these storms right here, they're not severe at the moment, but they could definitely produce some heavy downpours. So keep an eye on those. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the south here in La Crosse. Some golf ball sized hail, once again, for places like Rushford, Money Creek, and then Houston, and also Peterson as well. So quite a narrow band here. This storm, I believe, is moving around 35 miles per hour. So it's picked up the pace a little bit from 30 miles per hour to 35. That one's heading towards the direction of La Crosse, and I think it's not. I mean, currently right now, there's nothing really stopping it. But at least with this storm impacting parts of northern La Crosse, it's kind of, I mean, it's like getting affected a little bit on the north edge, and of course we do have these storms firing a little bit, but that kind of by it, but that might just be the radar being a little bit janky because we're just so close to it. Oh, new severe thunderstorm warning right when I just get out of here. This one is going to be for some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible, and then also the chance for some 3/4 inch sized hail. I think that was actually, or non-severe hail possible, for Black River Falls and then also Mildston, which I feel like I've heard, I feel like I've read off Mildston for like 5 times already this stream. Not the same Mildston, but different ones. Keep an eye on this one near Osceola. This one near Somerset, it's been starting to decrease in size, but not severity. At least, I mean, it's turned into more of a blob. Like, this is, I believe, what it looked like when it was first special weather statement. And then you can see actually the difference here. Look at this one north of it. You actually start to see that this one is um, starting to strengthen a little bit. It might actually start being attempting to split. So keep an we'll keep an eye on that. This one near Hastings looks like it's pretty much been just steadily decreasing its severity. We do have, I believe, a new special weather statement for that storm. I believe near Balsam Lake. So that is going to be for some. Let's get it real quick. Oh, wait. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so this is. So if you live in this general location. Oh gosh. Kind of this polygon right. What the heck? Wait. I'm trying to get it real quick. Kind of like this general location. Like places like Balsam Lake, St. Croix Falls, we do have a special weather statement issued for there. I just don't have it pulled up on the screen because it would just be too much. But 40-mile-per-hour winds and also some 3/4 inch sized hail possible from that storm. So just monitoring that. It looks like that storm near Somerset and Stillwater has kind of decreased its severity, but we'll keep an eye on that as we go into the evening hours here. And then other than that, we do have technically 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. But we do have some golf ball sized hail possible near heading for La Crosse here. So keep an eye. That's the main polygon there. Perfect. Oh, there. Yeah. Okay. So we're currently monitoring that as well. But other than that, that's pretty much it for warnings here. We just have some near La Crosse, and then we do have some storms kind of struggling to fire up here. I mean, this one near New Richmond and Somerset looks like it looks like it's starting to kind of just weaken a little bit, while this one near Osceola and Center City looks like it's strengthening a little bit, as it's pretty much behind, but I feel like it has a better potential here. In terms of velocities, not much rotation in that storm, but a little bit of a hail core forming where we do have that chance for some 3/4 inch sized hail. And then, like I said before, we have some golf ball size hail here for Rushford, then Houston. The interesting thing about these storms right here is I think what's going to happen later on. I think they'll form like a line of storms as they kind of group together. They might actually, if we jump up here to Duluth, they might actually look like something like this later on, where you could have some storms kind of fire like ahead of it, but we could see like a main line of storms. But other than that, I mean, that's pretty much it from that. So I think what I'm going to do is potentially just, you know, I think really the tornadic threat for tonight, I'll actually look at it real quick here. But this is the main storm that we're looking at. If the golf ball sized hail over there, keep an eye. Oh gosh, we'll keep an eye on that. So let me look something up real quick, try to see what the models are currently showing here. Actually, there you go. In terms of a tornadic threat later this afternoon, it looks like it's mostly situated in that western Minnesota area with the storms that we already have near La Crosse. Looks like that's where our main tornadic threat could be. But we also have one potentially near the Northlands as well, kind of in the Arrowhead vicinity. So, but for right now, it's staying mostly most of our threats are actually staying kind of in this La Crosse area. So just outside our cover, almost outside of our coverage area. Technically, it's in southeastern Minnesota and also parts of western Wisconsin. But luckily, we haven't seen much tornadic activity for a while, so which is good. It's great. So this one, let's see here. I can try and get a tower there. There we go. Perfect. So we have kind of 3 different storms going on at the moment. Wait, let me zoom it out here so you guys get a clearer view here. So we have this storm here near New Richmond. That one has been kind of fizzling out over the last couple minutes. There is still a special weather statement, but I think that will be allowed to expire here. This one, heading for St. Croix Falls, I believe is the main one that they issued for. Yeah. The one right there, this one is going to kind of head in that general vicinity. Where we could see some 3/4 inch sized hail, and then also chance of some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Not quite severe, but we also do have this storm near Balsam Lake, heavy downpours over there as well. That could also produce some hail too, because both these storms actually look pretty impressive. So they're just way too close to each other. That's one of the reasons why they're not severe at the moment. This one near kind of the Oak Grove and heading towards the Ellsworth area has kind of been doing the same thing over the last couple of minutes, or last 30 minutes to an hour, where it's just been kind of in the same place, literally, or just kind of just decreasing its severity threat. We'll still keep an eye on it, but at the moment it's just pretty much just, relaxing, I guess you can say. But luckily, no tornado warnings at the moment. So we did have a tornado warning and potential tornado on the ground near Arcadia, because I mean it was a pretty decently sized couplet, but there was definitely a tornado warning issued for there. Still some golf ball sized hail heading for the La Crosse area, but other than that, I mean it's pretty quiet at the moment. Just some non-severe hail ahead of it, or I think it's, oh no, ping pong sized hail for northern La Crosse here. So if you live in La Crosse, which I feel like this isn't the first time you guys have gotten hit by hail in the past week or so. We do have some ping pong sized hail potentially on the north side, like Onalaska, and then also West Salem. We could see some severe hail, and then also we could have one heading straight for it right now, golf ball sized hail, heading at a steady 35 miles per hour for Money Creek and then Houston, and potentially directly for La Crosse, depending on what this storm behind it does near Spring Valley. So keep an eye on that as well. We do have a new severe, or not new severe, but we do have a special weather statement for Little Falls here. Here we go. So this one right here near or just over Omnia, that one, I believe, let's check on it real quick. I believe it's the same thing, like 40, yeah, 40 mile per hour winds possible with this. Let's just draw it out here. Heading for Brook Park, Crochelle, Hickory, Waukon, and then Isle. So if you live in that kind of general vicinity, there is a potential of some 40 mile per hour winds, and then also some 3/4 inch sized hail as well. It looks like I want to say I don't. This storm right here is not giving up. It's kind of been at that stage where it wants to give up, but it doesn't. You know, it can't push through. Because if we look back, let me load up the latest scans here. Last couple of scans. Let's see here. It's loading, I believe. Oh, there we go. Okay. Load up. Let me get it centered here so you guys can kind of see what's been going on. Like, kind of look, we track it here. This is what it looked like when I, wait. So, okay, here's the start of it. So look over Castle Rock. Look at it kind of, start to strengthen here over Hampton, Vermonton, and then as it goes towards Hastings, it kind of fizzles out, and then now it's starting, I mean, I wouldn't say it's starting to strengthen again, but I think it's safe to say that that storm is pretty much, well, I mean, it has a chance of impacting parts of Ellsworth with maybe some rain, but other than that, not too bad. So very scattered today, very scattered showers. I believe, is that part of the cold front right there? I think that might be a little bit. I think the cold front right now is kind of like, if I draw it out right now, you kind of have it, I think it's kind of in that vicinity right there. So, regular cold front's just about approaching the Twin Cities. Back to La Crosse, and once these storms basically move out of the La Crosse area, I think that's when I'll pretty much go here. We still have some golf ball sized hail approaching La Crosse here, but other than that, pretty much staying, 60 mile per hour winds also possible. Ping pong sized hail on the north side of La Crosse, like West Salem and then Bangor possible there. So if you live north edge of La Crosse, you could get impacted by some ping pong sized hail. Not to get confused with the party ping pong sized hail or ping pongs. But we do have some golf ball sized hail. I'm heading towards that general vicinity. It looks like this one actually it's starting to become a little less organized, but it's still got that potential. And if we look here, we do. Oh gosh, wait. Let me load back. I was about to say we do have some storms potentially. Yeah, no, never mind. I just saw some storms potentially starting to fire up in the La Crosse camp, but you gotta be careful with these. It looks like this is starting to become basically a dumpster fire over here near Balsam Lake and St. Croix Falls right now. We just have this cluster of storms currently at the moment, and it's just sorry, I got a sunburn. It's just, it's kind of interesting. You know, if anything, this might become severe within the next like hour or so, like later down the line. But it's very disorganized at the moment. So keep an eye on it. The one near Little Falls, this one I believe right here. This one had a special weather statement on it, but looks like it's just, it's got a little bit of interference out in front of it. But other than that, you know, still something to look out for here. And of course, we got this near La Crosse. So, hoofda. There we go. So let me keep an eye on. Oh, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for. I believe that's just. There we go. Some quarter-sized inch hail. I just jinxed it. We do have some quarter-inch sized hail possible for parts of Turtle Lake and Cumberland. So if you live in that general vicinity, we do have some quarter-inch sized hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let me get a better radar choice on that. Perfect. Okay. So now we're up to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings for the night. Oh, there we go. Okay. So looks like it's starting to stick together. It's got that storm to the south, but other than that, looks pretty nice. In terms of the velocities, we have a little bit of a couplet starting to form, but other than that, quite weak at the moment. So this storm right here, I mean, it's got some interference from the back. Let's get an update on this one near Black River Falls. I think this storm has been allowed, or this severe thunderstorm warning has just about been allowed to expire here. 60-mile-per-hour winds, but this one near La Crosse, especially with how close it is to the radar, it just looks beefy right now. Some ping pong sized hail on the northern edge of La Crosse, and then we also have this one golf ball sized hail moving in from the west here. So keep an eye on that. So we do have 2 different locations of interest here. One near kind of heading towards the Cumberland and Turtle Lake area, and soon potentially Rice Lake and also Barron as well. So if I had one word to describe today, I think today has been kind of just, mid. A lot of the latest you know, forecasts and stuff honestly have been kind of off. This one today has been, at least the Storm Prediction Center, I think overestimated it a little bit. Not to say that we didn't see anything severe, because I think we had like 9 severe thunderstorm warnings at one point, and of course we had that tornado warning down near Arcadia, but today has just been kind of eh. It looks like that storm, no, I think it's still there. I was about to say that storm near the one that I just said that was allowed to expire. I thought it did expire, but not quite yet. Let's look at velocities real quick. Yeah, just a little bit. Some broad rotation. Let's take it up a tilt. Let's angle up the radar a little bit, and you can see, yeah, just some stronger winds in it, but other than that, not too much going on. Oh, what the heck is this? Oh, never mind. Okay. I thought for a sec I saw like a tornado report icon on my Chromebook, but it's just a big red blob. I was like, what is going on? So that caught my eye. But this one near Oak Grove, it's interesting, Now it's starting to strengthen again. So it's trying its hardest, it's trying to keep alive. Oh, we do have, nope, never mind. We still do have that flooding risk potentially in Eau Claire now with those non-severe thunderstorms moving in, just a lot of downpours over there. And then of course, I think we have, never mind, there were some showers moving over, Woodville here and then Baldwin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's actually take it back a notch. Okay, so yeah, because I was on the La Crosse radar and it didn't show this, now it does. So it looks like we're starting to see quite a bit of clustering together. I think what's going to happen is this storm right here is going to start to kind of expand. Oh, it's going to start to kind of expand, and we might see some interference from not only the northwest but also the southeast as well. So keep an eye on it. But other than that, not much going on. Let's take a look at velocities here. And yeah, still broad, very weak rotation there. You can see a little bit of green, but other than that, not too bad. Just some quarter-sized inch hail, and then also 60-mile-per-hour winds for areas near Cumberland and Turtle Lake. And of course, we have those two storms near La Crosse, and then, or one heading for La Crosse here, golf ball sized hail with that, and then also some ping pong sized hail, just north of La Crosse. Luckily, no tornado possible labels at the moment. Let's get an update on Duluth, what's going on in Duluth at the moment. I believe we do have still those showers or general thunderstorms moving basically out of the region at the moment. So not much going on there. Those should be over Lake Superior in a little bit. Let's take it. There. This one near just west of La Crosse, or directly west of La Crosse, has been by itself for a while. So not much of a definitive rotation from it. I feel like, you know, with it being so far away, I mean, there's not much of a place for it to be rotating here. It looks kind of messy, honestly. Looks like a big hail producer, though. Just some golf ball sized hail from that. And then this beefy storm just north, we do have some ping pong sized hail with that. And then this one, this severe thunderstorm warning just expired the moment I touched it. So I mean, that's no surprise there. Just some, I think we had like some 60-mile-per-hour winds gusts from that. This one up near, I want to say, Cumberland and Turtle Lake. I mean, it's kind of by itself. It has a little bit of interference from like the west and southwest. But other than that, still could produce some hail. Let's see if it's radar indicated. So we just have radar indicated threat heading towards Turtle Lake and Cumberland, more directly towards Cumberland at the moment. So keep an eye on that. We do have that special weather statement for just east of Little Falls, or really east of Little Falls, going into approaching the Wisconsin border here, but looks like still some potential 40-mile-per-hour winds and 75-mile-per-hour wind, or 70 3/4 of an inch hail size. 75 miles per hour from this storm would be absolutely crazy, but keep an eye on that. It looks like this one near New Richmond has actually, over the last couple of scans, has started to strengthen a little bit once again. If we go back quite a bit here, you see this is when it was first special weather statemented, and then now as we go into the future here, you start to see it weakens over like Somerset and New Richmond. I was like, okay, maybe it's just going to weaken for the afternoon for the rest, and then now it's starting to strengthen again. So but we do have this storm near Woodville and Wilson that's starting to form here. It's going to be pretty difficult because we have two storms basically could sandwich it, especially this one near New Richmond. And then this one near Ellsworth, I said it was starting to strengthen again, but now it looks like it's basically starting to weaken. It's not very big anyways, but if anything, that's that one has been basically deciding what it was gonna do for a while now. So, um, let's get an update on that storm near La Crosse here. Still golf ball sized hail. And then we do have there was a storm near Spring Valley. It's still kind of there, but it hasn't really gone there. I think it's actually been trying for quite a bit. But I love when storms are like really close to the radar site because look at how like pixelated that is. Looks pretty cool. So there. We're definitely gonna keep an eye on this storm near New Richmond, as I think it might be trying again. I don't, because right now it's special weather statement. Oh my gosh, special weather statement with 40-mile-per-hour winds and then also 3/4 of an inch. But I wouldn't be too surprised if it potentially went severe warned pretty soon here. But it's actually quite funny, because most of the storms today have completely missed Baldwin. It's either formed south or east of Baldwin, which is quite funny. But definitely some strong winds over here in Woodville not too long ago, a couple of hours ago actually, where it was basically just scaring the heck out of my dogs. But we still have that storm potentially New Richmond. I wouldn't be too surprised. Let's see the echo top here. And it looks like last scan a couple of like 10 minutes ago currently was at around 37,000 feet. If we look at this one, this beefy one near Turtle Lake and Cumberland, that's around 46,000. So I think um the general idea of today, or the general like kind of storm consensus, has been at least like 40 to 50,000 feet up in the air. Has been kind of that minimum requirement. This storm near La Crosse has been downgraded to um, 1/4 inch sized hail, but we do have that storm. Never mind, both of them have been downgraded. So, see here, but they are technically still severe. So, okay. Oh gosh, there we go. Perfect. All right. I can't tell if this storm, there's been quite a few storms this afternoon that have tried and have failed to kind of become severe. This one in Spring Valley being one of them here, as it looks like it might try again. This one near New Richmond. Oh, wait, let me try to get a better radar site here. Ping pong sized hail. So we do have some ping pong sized hail here near Cumberland and Turtle Lake. So if you live in those areas, just make sure to take shelter, maybe park your car underneath, not an overpass. Don't park it underneath an overpass. Just park it underneath like a gas station or something. Somewhere that isn't an overpass or obstructs traffic. That's the worst place you could be in. This one near New Richmond is still trying. I think it definitely has the potential of becoming severe within the next like 30 minutes to an hour. Right now it has a little bit of interference, but other than that, looks pretty healthy. However, we are starting to see some storms, especially over here just north of Wilson and south of Wilson, actually. We do have some storms firing up. Those storms, I don't really will become severe. They might be like in the next hour or two once they conjoin with every other storm in this western Wisconsin region. But other than that, um, at the moment, it's pretty just quiet, except for that ping pong sized hail that we do have in for parts of mostly Cumberland. Turtle Lake might just about get lucky here and missed to the north. We do have an uptick in this. This storm, I think it's safe to say the one near Ellsworth, the one that's been trying and failing over the last hour or two, has officially, I think, retired. So good for that storm. So that storm near La Crosse, this beefy one, which looks really nice. Some very heavy downpours in West Salem, Bangor, Rockland, Sparta. That has had its severe thunderstorm warning canceled. So now I think we're down to officially 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Doesn't mean that the severe potential tonight's decreasing. I think we're starting to transition into more of hail, or not a hail threat, but a wind threat, damaging wind threat, depending on what these storms do later on. But I think it's starting to get to that time period where I might be kind of almost ending off the stream here as these storms start to exit our region here. But we are still far from that. So we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one just for Turtle Lake and Cumberland here. That's for some ping pong sized hail. So definitely be indoors. You don't want to get hit by ping pong sized hail, that's for sure. Radar indicated though. So it's still potentially there, but it's not confirmed on the ground, which luckily no one's confirming that. And then I think if we zoom out a little bit here, you start to see, so we have this storm right here. This one is becoming severe. This one to the south of it, that one, if anything, I think might become severe warned, depending on what this storm behind it does. And of course, we have these little pop-ups here, just north. Actually, cancel that one. We have pop-ups forming kind of near it, and it looks like, luckily, over here in Eau Claire, the overall intensity of the rain has decreased of these, so that flooding risk, it's still there. I think actually they canceled the special weather statement. We could still see some isolated flooding. Luckily, that chance of that has decreased due to the fact that these showers over here, heading towards that general location, the intensity of those showers have decreased. Update on New Richmond storm here. A look here at Ecotops. Yeah, it hasn't changed, or at least we haven't had a new update in a little bit. This one, I think, tornado possible. For parts of Cumberland and Turtle Lake here. Let's look at the velocities here. We do have an area of rotation just north of Turtle Lake. So there you go. So we're going to keep an eye on that. So if you live in Cumberland or Turtle Lake, just be on lookout that there could be a tornado possible with this storm. We'll keep an eye on this as we go into the later couple of 30 minutes to an hour here as it starts to exit our region, but it's not quite done yet. So, and these storms, they will, if they stay far apart from each other, the overall hail and tornadic risk will most likely stay the same. So, oh gosh, there we go. Perfect. So, just keeping an eye on it at the moment. It looks like that severe thunderstorm warning near La Crosse has been canceled. But now we have another threat to worry about here near Cumberland, or heading towards Cumberland. So I believe it's still ping pong sized hail. Yeah, still ping pong sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. Let's go back to reflectivity here. And it looks like this storm has overall been pretty much by itself. It's still a big beefy one. And we just got a new radar scan from that. Just trying to look to the left. Tornado possible, I believe. Tornado possible label. Okay. So, the environment's there. It is there. However, if a tornado wanted to form, we need them to be far away from each other. So, we need the storms to be far away from each other. And luckily, it looks like we do have a little bit of interference. But we do have this area rotation just north of Turtle Lake that we are currently monitoring. So, but this is basically the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have, and it's tornado possible. So, there we go. So, but like I said before, I mean, we do have this storm near New Richmond. It looks like we actually might have this second storm backing it, might actually be becoming more severe. But this one near Turtle Lake and Cumberland, we'll keep our eye on. So. Two. So. Okay. So let's see if the velocities here, looking, don't think, let's look at the latest ones here. Yeah, I think this is kind of where when they issued that. You can see kind of right there. Oh gosh. Nope. I'm just covering it directly. I believe this is when they added that tornado possible label where you can see a little bit of that green and especially that yellow touching each other. A little bit of a weak rotation, a little bit. I mean, it kind of counteracts with that strong winds flowing in, but other than that, I think let's fast forward it here. Yeah, we do still have that broad rotation. So, and in terms of the shape of it, I mean, if anything, yeah, I think it kind of matches up here. We do have a little bit of an inflow notch right there, or like inflow. Kind of, I mean, you can kind of just about see it, and it kind of matches up with the velocity location of it. We do have that storm near Deer Park now. This one's actually, I feel like, a lot more interesting, because of the fact that now it's starting to form a hail core. And it looks like I think this one near Spring Valley just formed. It's kind of, it might be a resurrection of the one that we saw not too long ago. So we might have that form, but this one the one that formed near Woodville and Wilson, that one actually, is kind of staying the same, but hasn't really taken off just yet. Want to keep an eye on this storm though. This was basically the only storm that the only severe thunderstorm warning I believe we have. Let me just double check that. Yep. Okay. So yeah, this might be the last, or at least the last like hail producer of the night. But you can see that rotation right there. Let's take it a tilt 2 here. Yeah, it's not quite there yet, but you can see a little bit of conflicting winds, which is helping that tornadic threat with this storm. Still a tornado possible label on it. And of course, this one near Deer Park, I wouldn't be too surprised if this one went severe. We do have potentially a split happening. You can see this storm right here, and also this one over Deer Park. I think this one over Deer Park has a little bit more potential. It's taking up all like this energy right here. Like pretend that this scribbly art is energy. It's kind of ahead of the other storm. So, but we also have this storm, which actually looks like it's weakening here. The one over Boyceville. But other than that, I think that's pretty much on the one near La Crosse here. I think we do have some heavy downpours over the La Crosse area. Never mind, it's just about almost there. So that hail threat has decreased from that one storm. And we do have some lightning alert from that. Never mind, it disappeared. From that Deer Park storm. But we'll keep an eye on these. Still tornado possible label on it. That's going to be heading basically between Almana and then also Cumberland here. But that's kind of that general area where that red and green mix. That's basically what we're looking at the moment. So, yeah. And it's the only severe thunderstorm warning in western Wisconsin. And basically, there's no more severe storms in Minnesota at the moment. This one near Spring Valley, I think we'll keep an eye on it. It looks to be a resurrection from the other storm that we're talking about later or earlier. I mean, you see it kind of, so basically kind of hands off almost. It just turns into its own storm. So we'll keep an eye on that. Currently, it's over parts of Spring Valley. Hey, first lightning confirmed, or at least the first like radar confirmed lightning, which I'm sure it's been producing lightning for a little bit. Ping pong sized hail though, still with this storm. And that will be heading basically, yeah, between Almana and then Cumberland. Here, Comstock, that's where it's heading directly for. So if you live in Comstock, a small town, seek shelter there. But these are literally the only two storms that I feel like have the most potential at least. Of course, we do have this storm. Let's see how Duluth is doing at the moment. We do have these storms. Oh my gosh. We do have these storms up here in northwestern or approaching northwestern Wisconsin. However, they are kind of clustered together. And I think they're actually merging together. So we'll see. We'll still keep an eye on those. But at the moment, none of these storms are severe. We actually have quite a bit of line of storms moving through the Arrowhead at the moment. But other than that, nothing severe. So it looks like the severe thunderstorm watch for parts of northwestern Minnesota has been canceled. So there we go. Okay, let's see the rotation on this storm here. Yeah, I mean you can see a little bit of green, not quite of a definitive like rotation, like a couplet there, but. And of course, we do have that storm. We do have that storm near Deer Park and also Star Prairie as well. I think they're actually two separate storms kind of interfering with one another, so not one is budging. That one near Spring Valley looks like that one just might be a pop-up shower, as well as the one that formed over Woodville and Wilson. Looks like that one also might be dissipating, which is not good if you live in Clear Lake or Prairie Farm here, or even Ridgeland, as this storm right here, now that it doesn't have much interference from these storms, it has a higher chance of becoming severe within the next 30 minutes to an hour. Still some ping pong sized hail, and that's directly impacting Comstock at the moment, or the Loon Lake wildlife area. And that is heading straight for the airport, for the, I think, Cumberland Airport. So, if you live by the Cumberland Airport, definitely get ready for some ping pong sized hail. But if you live in Cumberland, it actually looks like it's just about going to scrape you guys. You guys might still get some hail. If we look at the latest, we do have potentially more of a strengthening here. They just updated it. Still a tornado possible label on it. I think that's actually what we're looking at the moment. This section right here, it's becoming a little more definitive. We'll have to look at that over the next couple of radar scans. So, and then these two storms near Deer Park and Star Prairie have still not budged. They're kind of splitting. So if you live in basically Deer Park has a double header where they just got impacted by some non-severe hail. Still some 1/4 inch or 3/4 inch sized hail. And then probably some 40-mile-per-hour wind speeds from that. But other than that, Clear Lake might get some heavy downpours, and also Star Prairie officially out. Moved up. All right, I can do this. There we go. I think it's safe to say if you do live west, if you live in the Twin Cities metropolitan area, or at least the Twin Cities, should be fine for the rest of the night, especially if you live west of the Twin Cities. Severe threat for you guys. I mean, you guys weren't even included in the severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like, never mind. It looks like basically, yeah, you guys. We did see one storm though, near Sauk Center that produced some golf ball sized hail. Of course, we saw one near La Crosse as well. That one is approaching La Crosse, some very heavy downpours, but it's not quite there just yet. The one near that formed kind of near the Spring Valley area, that one is still heavy downpours, but other than that, not too severe. And it looks like, wait, never mind. Okay, I thought these two were forming, but that was just a La Crosse radar site. Ooh, let's look at this storm near Cumberland at the moment here. As we do have, you know, just a little bit. It's kind of been staying the same lately. That's our area of rotation. It's right over Comstock. Just okay. It's right over Comstock over there. Heading towards that Rice Lake and wait, what the heck? What happened? Did it just wait? Let's see what happened here. Oh, there we go. Okay, I reset it. Okay. I was like, where did the velocities go? Okay. I think, what is the time? 7:06, so a little bit behind, but still tornado possible label on it. Ping pong sized hail. Kind of heading towards that Cumberland area at the moment. And then we do still have that downpour. It looks like this one might actually be strengthened. Let's look at the echo tops real quick. They look strong though. Oh gosh. They look strong. We do have two areas of just updraft places here. They're just about to that 40,000 point. And I think the trend of the night has been, if you want a storm to become severe, at least 40,000. Oh, if we look at the Cumberland storm, we do, let's see here. We do have 46,000. So around that 45,000, 50,000 range. So that's how high the clouds are. So which, you know, wasn't really playing well when we had those storms early on in the day, because if you're traveling on a flight to Minneapolis, it was basically blocked. The Minneapolis airport, I believe, was actually pretty sure we did have some heavy downpours earlier this afternoon with that non-severe thunderstorm. But we're just keeping an eye on this storm right here. I don't want to quite end the stream just yet, just because we do have that decreasing area of rotation. It's still right in that general location, but that is our only severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. But other than that, you know, oh, okay, new severe thunderstorm warning, $half sized hail, with that, so I think we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, looks like the overall rotation of that storm has decreased to the point where they have gotten rid of the tornado possible label. So. Oh, there. So I think I'm gonna play it safe, and we're just going to I think I'm gonna leave it to it, as we do only have technically two severe thunderstorm warnings, but they're basically in the same place. But I think what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna leave the stream on for the rest of the night here, unless we see an uptick in severe weather, especially with this one near Deer Park. They're generally in the same location, so it shouldn't be too hard. If there is a tornado possible label, I will be commenting on that, but overall, just some $half sized hail possible for parts of Barron, Cameron, and then also Rice Lake. I don't know how that rhymed a little bit, but post. See there. So, all right, I think that will pretty much do it for the night. So I'll probably have a YouTube short tomorrow explaining kind of the forecast over the next couple days. Luckily, we're looking for, or it's looking like we're gonna hit the 70s here. Let me just update this real quick. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So that'll pretty much do it for the night. So yeah, 70s for the rest of pretty much the next 7 days here. So really nice weather here. But other than that, I think that will pretty much be my cue to leave. If we do have an uptick in severe weather, especially with this storm, I'll probably come back. But due to the fact that there isn't much going on at the moment, I think it's safe to say that I need to save my voice for some stuff. So, all right, well, I'll see you guys later and have a good night. If I can find my thing real quick. There we go. Ooh, I disappeared. All right, we'll see you guys later.